time now is 4:10.
Wait, hold on.
Your time? Testing. 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 Your time now?
I guess it worked.
Testing. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the time now is 4:11, and we're supposed to start with the study session at 4 because we have another one at 5 and then open session at 6. So at this time, I would like to open the study session. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho, Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you do not have a quorum.
Okay. With that, we don't have the quorum, so I will adjourn the study meeting. My apologize for that, but because we don't have the quorum, we can't do it. He's here, but he's out there. He's out there with the conference right now, so he's not going to come back.
So during the meeting, and board members that were here to address this have
So,
extra minutes to address.
so I will decide at that time. I apologize that Ladies and gentlemen, the time now is 5:05 on September 25th, 2024. I would like to start with a closed session and the meeting called to order. Please take a roll call.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho, Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Vice Mayor Ho and Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to open for oral communication for closed session only. Is there any speaker for the closed session?
Yes, Mayor, we have two. We'll start with Tammy Hamill, followed by Terry Raines.
Please.
Hi, Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. I want to be quick, speaking on number 2 about the commission or whatever that she's on. She does not need to be on it. I think it's very clear. She couldn't even show up for a session that she called that she kept saying she wanted to have. She's not capable of doing anything useful for Westminster. We do not want her speaking for us. We
Mr.
do not
Mayor?
want her. Excuse me.
She's not
Is that-
speaking on the agenda item. She just went sidetracked.
No, it's the second item on the closed session.
Yeah, but she went sidetracked into the other open session.
Okay, just keep it
Just
focused on the
go
item.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Case in point, she can't control herself. She can't behave herself. She interrupts residents. She doesn't want to be interrupted. This is why she needs to stay off of all these. I don't care what they said. She needs to stay off of all the boards, please. I mean, I think you clearly know that because this is how she behaves. We do not want her speaking for us or representing us in any way because she's awful. That's all.
Just want to let you know that's related to the second item, like the attorney said. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
I'd actually come to speak on the study session, but because she didn't show up for it, I couldn't speak because they had no quorum. Regarding item 2, anticipated litigation and discussion concerning letter from District Council for the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District, I object to the district's interpretation of the AG's 2011 opinion as it relates to removing Amy Fan West from their board. The AG's opinion was basically a sentence structure wordsmith interpretation of the code, but did not take into account the legitimate concerns of that opinion, taking away from the appointing authority, aka the city's discretion, as to who will represent them on various outside boards and commissions. The current president is not even a city council member anymore, but he's still on that board with the okay of his city council. The action to remove Amy from their board is for cause, and in that it is a sanction tied to her egregious behavior both on and off this dais here. To have West represent the city on any board at this point is guaranteed to hurt our city and our residents. Similarly, Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe was recently removed from all boards and commissions he serves on as a punitive sanction tied to his egregious behavior, FBI raids, etc. OCTA and or Doe objected to him being removed from OCTA board, citing similar reasons, but the county went ahead and removed him regardless. The city must do the same with Amy on the Vector board. The appointing authority should have the ultimate authority to appoint or remove their representatives from any outside board or commission, period, not just the length of time they serve, i.e. 2 or 4 years. The city council as a body must be allowed to choose who represents us on the outside, and we sure as hell don't want Amy representing us anywhere, anytime. I did speak with a member of the Vector board and shared my concerns with him. If we were able to show those board members, staff, and legal counsel a few clips of Amy's behavior on this dais during our council meetings and the details in the censure resolution, surely they would understand why she needs to be removed, because she will surely degrade their board and operations too as soon as they disagree with her on something. Not to mention the obstructionism, ditching closed session meetings and study sessions that she called all together, leaving the dais repeatedly for extremely long periods of time. And well, can you just imagine her telling the chair of the Vector board that she has bigger balls than him during one of their official meetings? Sadly, you have a city attorney who seems hell-bent on supporting West at the expense of the rest of you and our city. He's the one who needs to grow a pair, pardon the phrase, and challenge this ruling. The only reports that we have received from West from her time on the Vector board is her excitedly explaining to us how mosquitoes have sex. So you need to challenge this letter and you need to remove her now. And Councilwoman West, Again, she was too busy writing up a press release against Janet Nguyen, State Senator Janet Nguyen, while she was supposed to be in here for that study session. So just, I'm reporting why her absence, because it was obvious. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a brief statement?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. So, for example, the censure, yes, the majority, 3, did vote to censure me. But the item, when you compare me to Andrew Doe for the millions that he gives to, is lost to his daughter versus me, the accusation for censure was not looking in the eyes of those who speak, leaving the dais a few times more because, you know, as in a month, I'm a woman. Sometime I have once a month. I have that, and I do
Councilmember
longer.
West,
So your
it's supposed to be a
accusation of
brief
me
comment,
to yes,
and we're
I'm
not
almost
going to
done. I have
discuss
one
anything over
sentence
here.
left.
Okay.
Thank you. So for censuring, comparing me to Andrew Doe is laughable. So thank you so much.
right. Thank
Mayor, we
you.
do have one more speaker, Camilla Overbeek.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Ashton, I wasn't originally going to speak. But Amy, it's very disheartening that you called a study session, and this does relate to item 2 on the agenda before you run your mouth. You called for a study session. I made a point of coming in, as did other board members, and you failed to show up.
I thought this is item 2.
Why are you speaking? Reclaiming my time? Reclaiming my time. I'm speaking.
Yeah, you go ahead.
I'm getting there,
About the
but-
closed
Okay,
session.
let her get there. Okay. No. All right. Okay.
No, don't start it yet, because I'm trying to swallow words so I don't call you names.
You have every right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You have the right to your speech.
That you're a bitch? Yeah.
It's
You
her
can
time.
call whatever you want.
It's her time
okay.
right now.
I understand that.
Councilmember West, please.
I've already lost 8 seconds. It doesn't
Go
matter. I'm not
get
going to
her
need them
back.
all.
You got 8 seconds.
The only thing about this is it's really imperative that Westminster not be embarrassed any further by her actions. So she doesn't deserve to be on that board. She doesn't deserve any accolades or any sort of responsibility. And certainly the residents of Westminster deserve a better face and representation than her.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Before the City Council recess for closed session, would you please read the items that we are going to talk about?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purposes. Conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 15550 Beach Boulevard, Westminster, California, 92683. City negotiator Christine Cordone, city manager, and Adolfo Zeta, assistant city manager. Negotiating party, Orange Coast Infinity, owner Dennis Lynn. Under negotiations, price and terms of payment. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, D3 and 4. Number of cases, 1. Discussion concerning letter from District Council for the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District.
All right, thank you very much. At
And
this
Mayor,
time- Yes.
let me just clarify one point. On
Sure.
the second item, since it concerns Councilwoman West, we would have to, only if we have another person show up, would be able to discuss that item.
So she have to recuse herself from this.
Yeah, because it does directly concern her.
All right, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. At this time, I don't know what we can do with that. Is there anything that we can do with that? He is out there right now. There is another council member out there.
Oh, you're going to go out there. Why don't you go cover for Nam Kwan so you can
Okay,
do the closed
we don't have a quorum now. We need to.
Okay, so I will adjourn the meeting. It seems like we don't have the quorum, so I have to adjourn for the closed session today, right?
Well, we could meet on the first item if Council, well, if she's back there.
Okay.
We can
All
meet
right,
on the
we
first
can-
item.
I mean, I understood that Vice Mayor Ho was supposed to come at this time. We can follow up because we do have actual city business related to item number 1 that we have to discuss.
Okay, why don't, at this time here, instead of adjourn the meeting, I will recess for the closed session. And if need to, we have to come back here.
Yeah, we won't converse on anything unless we have a
Right,
quorum.
we are not going to do anything, discussion until we have the quorum. But before we do any discussion, we will be out here. to restart the closed session again. So at this time, just a recess. Okay.
It's appreciated.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reconvene the closed session. At this time, I'd like to have the Madam Clerk to call roll. Take a roll, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen. Mayor, you have a quorum with Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you very much. I don't think that we need to have the oral communication again, right? Okay. And you've been reading the items that we are going to be discussed. So at this time, I would like to recess. The council will recess for closed session. And we'll come back at 6 o'clock for open session. Thank you very much.
Mayor, you are live.
Good evening. The time now is 6:13 on September 25th, 2024. I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. The meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. Salute to the flag. Today is going to be Councilmember Fan West, and invocation will be done, conducted by Vice Mayor Ho. Please stand.
Please stand up with me and do the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and bow your heads. Heavenly Father, provider of strength, we pray that as leaders of our community, we might have the insight and courage to serve the citizens of Westminster with wisdom and truth. We ask for your guidance in making decisions that affect our community, ensuring that decisions made this evening are in the best interests of our city and all its citizens. Amen.
In Jesus' name, amen. Awesome.
Thank you. Please be seated. I want to thank Councilmember Fan West for salute to the flag, and then Vice Mayor Ho for the invocation. Next is the City Attorney closed session report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. There were two items on the closed session. We had discussion on both of them, and direction was given. There's nothing further to report.
Thank you. Now comes export communications, including SW 1439, report when required. Is there anything from the dais, from the council? Hearing none, seeing none, so we will continue with the city clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Next is city manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and everyone in attendance tonight. I'll try to keep this brief. So first and foremost, October is right around the corner, which means it's almost time to participate in the Pink Patch Project. The Pink Patch Project is an innovative public awareness campaign intended to support the fight against breast cancer. In 2024, it's estimated that 310,720 new cases of invasive breast cancer in women and 2,790 new cases in men will be detected in the United States. The Pink Patches debuted in 2013 and were worn on police uniforms of participating departments during October in support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Since then, the Pink Patch Project has become a collaborative effort among public agencies throughout the world. The WPD joined the cause in 2015 and are getting stronger as ever. All uniformed personnel can wear the pink patches issued last year on their uniforms to show their support during Breast Cancer Awareness Month. This year, the Westminster Police Officers Association will be selling pink patches for $10, canine pink patches for $10, and this is new for 2024, challenge coins for $20. And to purchase any of these items, please contact property technician Kelly Wells at 714-548-3216, and all proceeds will be donated to the Susan G. Komen Foundation. Now, as you can see outside, we are setting up for our Fall Festival. Our Fall Festival kicks off tomorrow at 5 p.m. Check out the city's website or social media for this weekend's entertainment lineup and the list of over 40 vendors. Tomorrow begins at 5 p.m. Tomorrow night, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. is Culture Night, celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. And with that, we have $2 rides. This Friday from 5 to 11 p.m., We'll be open from 5 to 11 p.m. This Saturday will be open from noon to 11 p.m. With a weekend welcome scheduled at 12 p.m. on stage. And from 1 to 5 p.m., we will have an Embracing Aging Expo or Senior Health Expo, which is a new addition to our festivities this year. And on Sunday, we'll be open from 12 to 9. With a special market from 12 to 4 p.m. featuring boutique vendors, and that's put together by Creative Babe Market. And then, of course, annually, we have our Halloween Spooktacular, which has grown over the years. Save the date for the spookiest Friday of the year. Our Spooktacular is returning on Friday, October 25th. Be sure to follow the city on social media for more details coming soon. And for more information on these events, contact Community Services and Recreation at 714-895-2860. It looks like that completes my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, for the detailed report there. And I'm excited about our fall festival this year, so I really want to encourage you to attend the event starting tomorrow at 5, as you just heard from the City Manager. Bring your family and make sure you mention it to your neighbors, and come out and enjoy the event. I want to thank staff for taking your time to put the event together. Thank you so much. I know it's very hard work for you guys, but you did a great job. And I believe that this year is going to be more spectacular than compared to last year, and more, bigger and bigger event every year. Thank you very much. Next is a special presentation, and I understand that this is an update from the Midway City Sanitary Districts, and if I'm not mistaken, I know that the board president for the Midway City Sanitary Districts is here, which is Mark Nguyen, and also I have the general manager, Mr. Robert Housley, here. Please go ahead and update us. I don't know what you want to update us.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Nguyen and council members. My name is Mark Nguyen. I'm the board president of Midway City Sanitary District. To my left is Mr. Robert Housley, the district general manager. On the district behalf, we want to thank you, the City of Westminster, for the sponsorship of the district 85th anniversary event. It was a joyous and successful celebration, and we were so grateful for your generosity. On behalf of the board of directors of the district and the staff at the district, I present to the mayor and the council member this plaque as a token of our appreciation for your commitment to the residents of Midway City and Westminster. May our continued partnership be an example of great teamwork and a beacon of hope in the face of adversity. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, do you have a few words? I mean, oh no. Sure, General Manager, General Manager is not, sorry, City Manager. General Manager for the Midway City.
No problem. Mayor Nguyen, City Council, staff, again, we are very appreciative of your support. As the years go on, we support each other year after year. It's a great partnership and friendship that we have within the City of Westminster and Midway City. It's just, again, thank you so much for supporting our event, our 85th anniversary. I will just say real quick, 85 years ago, the community came together to form our sanitary district. Apologize, I don't know what year the city was incorporated. Years ago, the city had the same thing, and the community came back out to celebrate again, so we had that opportunity. So this weekend, you are celebrating the fall season with your community, and it's a great event as well. We're happy to also support you in that as well. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you both for coming. At this time, I would like to invite all the council members to join me at the podium to receive the appreciation from the Midway City Sanitary District. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's very much for the special presentation today. And Before going to the next item on the agenda, I want to thank the resident came out for the study section. Unfortunately, my apologies that we didn't have enough quorum to start the study session. Therefore, I can't do anything beside than adjourn the meeting. But hopefully that we will restate at the next meeting. But in spite of that, I think that I feel sorry for you. You've been out here that early, and you went into this time. So my recommendation to the council is to for today, I would like to make a motion to move the non-agendized item oral up before the oral communication for agenda items. So that's my motion.
I second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor to move the oral communication for non-agenda item before the agenda item. So roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to move item 8, oral communications concerning non-agenda items, to be heard before item 2, oral communications concerning agenda items only. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to open up for the oral communication for non-agendized items. So if you have anything that you want to address the City Council, but I'd like to ask you to, to conduct the meeting to help us to have the meeting going forward. And just want to remind you that we have the resolution from the City Council that we need to abide to the rule of the decorum and civility. So, and also please refrain from any profanity language so that we can, conduct the meeting professionally, because we do have the minor or high school students follow our City Council meeting. So why don't you please, Madam Clerk, please read the instruction into the record, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Kyle Seasock.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My first item, I read the copies of the text messages between one of our council members and members of the police department about why they escorted one of the residents out to her vehicle. Now, this is a woman who walks with a cane. There was another woman who also went along and escorted out. The officers were kind enough to get her out to her car and make sure she got in her vehicle and went on her way. What bothers me about it is the tone of the text messages that wanted to know why the police department was escorting, quote, activists to their vehicle. The police department serves every single resident in this city, regardless of their political views, regardless of their gender, regardless of their sexual orientation, their color, everything. They serve all residents. And if somebody requests something simple like that, I know the officers here, they're more than happy to do it. It's part of the job. I had to do those same things, and I was real happy to help somebody from the public out. Of course, I didn't have city council members ragging on the chief about, why did you escort them out? It's part of the job. Maybe you should learn about it. Second of all, council members leaving the dais to go talk to their buddies out in the audience or people that are videoing or reporting. That stuff's got to stop. If there's a meeting going on, stay in your seat. Well, see you later, Nam Kwan. Maybe you'll make it back this time. This is what I'm talking about. Last meeting, this guy was gone almost the entire meeting. Today, out at this so-called press conference, he didn't show up for the study session, and neither did she. Of course, I didn't expect him to. I figured they'd pull something like that. He stood out there, videoed, and got on camera himself, and then stood by and watched a candidate for city council go up on a ladder and rip a small mirror off the building above the mayor's doorway. It's vandalism, so he got arrested for his troubles. I'm sure he's going to portray himself as a martyr to the cause. Well, if he was a martyr, like maybe back in Vietnam, they wouldn't find his body. He would just disappear somewhere. This nonsense is crazy. Why in the world do we put up with this? And now they want to elect a couple more of their own toadies to come on the city council and switch the power. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kyle Seesock, followed by Jessica Lassano.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Kyle Seesock, President of the Westminster Police Officers Association. I would like to speak tonight in regards to some comments I have heard about the cost of police services to the City of Westminster and outsourcing police services to save the city money. Police services were alleged to be 75% of the entire city budget. This could not be farther from the truth and is absolutely absurd. The police services only take up around 49% of the city budget, which is in line or less than similar comparable cities. Outsourcing our police services would cost the city $235 million in PERS liability, which in itself would bankrupt the city. There was a recent study conducted by council and also showed outsourcing police services would ultimately cost the city more money for less service. The city and our community have always supported our men and women in blue. I cannot express how disappointed I am to hear that there are uninformed people out there that want to take jobs away from my fellow POA members. We have some of the finest men and women serving in this community and will continue to do so. Thank you all for your support. And I have attached a letter requested by the POA from our finance department, which confirms everything I have just spoken about, and I will be forwarding the letter to the mayor. And here's the information. So I will be forwarding it.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Lassano, followed by Tina Tapia.
Hi, I didn't prepare to speak tonight, but then I found out about what happened tonight, and I thought I might talk on it. I did see a text exchange through a public records request from one of our residents between Amy Van West and our police chief and another police officer. And it says, "Why did you tell one of the office in the council to walk an activist to their car? Isn't they supposed to be in the council chamber all time? There is none in the chamber right now. Now the activists have special privilege. Is that what the taxpayers are paying for now?" And then it continues, "Why are you asking third officer to walk an activist to her car? Is that a privilege they have now that the taxpayer are paying for? I need to give an answer to my voters in District V1. I'm somebody in District 1, and I just want everybody to know, including our officers, that if anybody needs to be walked safely to their car, I'm okay with it. So I'm okay with it. What I'm not okay with is when staff puts in a lot of work to put together a study session, they show up for this study session, that's the taxpayers' dollars paying for that, and the council members are supposed to show up, and council members are paid also to do their job, and then you don't go. That's what I have a problem with. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, before we go on, I know that, I don't know, it's for under the rule of decorum or civility, or it's under ethical. But the policy here is that if you are filming the meeting, you need to be in the back row. And I think that is applied the same for the council here. And right now, I see that there is a council having filming from the dais here. I want to ask the city attorney, is it allowable or not?
Anybody can record in the council chamber. So,
Yes, but is there, does it have to be at the location there, or is anywhere? If the council can do it anywhere, then
That's
why not
public
the
on
people?
back. We have the rule of decorum for the public. The council is different. I guess city attorney can verify that.
you can create a rule that requires that be recorded from the back. They'd have to be allowed to set up a camera in the back. I haven't had that come up before, but the general rule is that people are allowed to record. We can't prohibit recording of a meeting.
Okay, so go ahead.
I have a question. I mean, I don't know if it's it's not really a question, it's more of a concern. I have a concern that if any council up here either snaps a picture of somebody speaking, or in this case, recording, I see that as a form of intimidation that's going to create fear from the members of the public coming out here and speaking, whether they want to say something positive or critique one of us, which that's their First Amendment right, that I find a very big problem for anybody of us to create that atmosphere where somebody might be afraid to come out here and speak. I find that is very, very un-American and should not be here in this city or any city in America. So I would please ask the council member to stop that, because I think that is creating a bad precedent here in this city to put fear in our residents to come out here.
So you're saying, city attorney, so should we not have the media here because that might intimidate those who are here speaking about freely? Because the media is here on the back, right there.
Yes.
So is that intimidating?
I understand Council Menzo's standpoint, and let me follow up another question with the city attorney. I know that the policies is not there, but is it a city council discretion to vote on this for this particular meeting, not to, or to allow to record it from the dais? Is that okay for the council to motion it or to vote on it?
My freedom of speech, freedom.
I'm going to have to look into this one, to be honest, because we aren't allowed to prohibit the recording unless it's obstructing people.
Okay, I just want to find out so it be fair for everyone. So with that, let's move forward. Please call the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Tina Tapia, followed by Camila Overbeek.
Hauka, my name is Tina Tapia. This is from a city resident, or a city, an employee.
As a former employee, I was a special event coordinator. My job involved processing special event applications for various organizations. I wanted to host an event at Westminster. A few years ago, a former Westminster elected official asked me to attend a meeting regarding a special event request. When I arrived at the meeting,
This employee is not only sabotaging me, but also silencing my voice. I had no idea that her daughter was a closet bully. She reminds me of Mayor Margie Rice. She was also racist, the mayor of Westminster. I have been coming to the city meeting for help, and I have not gotten any help at all. I don't do drugs, and I don't do alcohol. And I don't believe in Jesus.
this one really stuck with me. There should be a chain of command for everyone. In my opinion, council
And yesterday, it was my son's birthday. He turned 19, so happy birthday, Anthony. And 19 years old, I gave birth to him 19 years ago, and my kids are kidnapped. I have not seen my kids in almost 3 years. So thank you, City of Westminster staff and employees, old and new. We need more parks. We need more dog parks. We don't even have a dog park. Even nighttime parks are good for children. It's not hard, it's easier. Thank you for your time. That's all I have. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Camilla Overbeek, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I showed up here today at 4 o'clock for this study session, and we didn't make quorum. I'm a WCF board member. There were multiple board members here, past and present, and we wanted to discuss with you the trials and tribulations of trying to keep this foundation going, because I know personally, as a resident who is on this board, our community deserves something that serves them. But so far, we've not been able to adequately do that. And we need a revamping and a regrouping and a reorganizational structure to be able to do that. But we definitely can't do that when people call for study sessions and disrupt our lives and then fail to show up because they're too selfish. Furthermore, I don't understand why it's my job or anyone else's job that's a taxpayer in Westminster to continue to pay the salaries and the stipends for Namquan and Amy. Namquan was here, and he was standing right out in front of City Hall. He could have been in here. He should have been in here. That's what he's paid to do. But instead, he stole money. He is actively stealing money from residents and taxpayers. How is that fair? We don't have any recourse other than to do a recall and spend more city money. So what are we supposed to do? What is the recourse? What is the sanction? What is it? Can we start docking pay when you call for something, when someone motions, and then someone seconds it, and then they fail? And Amy, could you please stop? Mayor, I feel intimidated right now, and I'm asking her to stop recording. This is intimidation from the dais. It's intimidation under color of authority. Christian donor, you know it is. I'm saying right now, I'm asking, and stop my clock. That is intimidation under color of authority.
Attorney, can you address the question?
Recording is allowed as long as it's not obstructing.
Christian, she's intimidating me.
All right, please continue. We'll have.
So what exactly is it that residents are supposed to do? Because we're paying them to do things. And as far as item 5.1, that shouldn't move forward tonight until WCF gets the actual study session that we showed up for. Because we cannot move forward in a healthy and functional way, because she has the most resignations out of any other council member. Out of the 16 who have resigned, she has 5. So why is she appointing another one? This is absolutely absurd, and Mayor, I applaud your patience because I don't have it.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by David Johnson.
Make sure you get this, because, you know, if you actually believed in this, this would mean something to you. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1, with a very unfortunate representative. There's just so much to say. I wasn't really, I was planning on speaking at the end too, but here we go. One of the things she brought up last meeting was they wanted something about bribery with blah, 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 whatever. Just wanted to remind people that these accusations that she throws out, there's been a saying going around that accusation is admission, because this is the same council person who, when she went to training, told us in public that she was surprised that city council members couldn't take bribes. So that tells you something about where her mindset is to be on this council. I also agree with the abhorrent treatment of staff and police, the way she talks to them in these text messages, that she feels like everything is for her benefit, and the rest of us can just suck it, I guess, because we're just lowly residents, according to her. I'll make sure you get me, okay? As far as the intimidation factor.
Like she's talking while she's taking video.
All right, can you stop my time, please?
Mayor?
Are we actually going to do
Yes,
something about this bitch or what?
Yes.
Seriously. She said name calling was okay, so let's have at it.
Vice Mayor Ho, you have a brief comment?
Yeah, I think it's very disruptive. Person to my right is talking this is the dais where we have to meet and deliberate, and I believe that if she's going to be acting as a member of the press, she should be out there.
Thank you.
And, it's very disruptive.
And if that's the case, I can see there are a lot of complaint already, and it's under my rules as the chair of the meeting. I once again check with you to see if we can do the motion to stop it.
Again, recording is allowed of the meeting.
Yes, but not on the dais.
Unless it's obstructing.
She already said up here, she believes decorum is different for city council members than residents. Is that true? I mean, she's clearly doing whatever the hell she wants.
Okay, I guess that we cannot solve the problem right now, so we need to
We're going to solve that
wait until the
problem
next meeting.
and that
So,
one.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and continue.
As far as her intimidation, it's really all she has. She's got nothing substantial. She clearly is too stupid to be in that seat. You heard from the text messages, the way she speaks, the way she writes is the way she speaks. She has someone coming who's being intimidating, who stared me down last meeting and was getting in my face. His wife had to physically turn him around to get him away from me after I told him to get the fuck out of my face twice. And please don't say anything about my language, because that is way more offensive than swear words. Those two, their behavior and their actions, their accusations, all of that shit, it's way more offensive to this city, I guarantee, than some swear words. So let's be real about that. And there she goes talking again. You are such a fucking piece of shit.
Mayor, I just don't think this is right.
Yes,
She could record according to Mr. Bettenhausen if she wants to record. I'm not going to fight that. But when she's talking and reporting, and she's next to me like that, it's very disruptive. And I can just imagine it's very disruptive.
I'm sure she's very offended by my swear words.
Mayor, if I can hear her, let me say something.
Yep.
Our goal here is for us to hear the residents speak. The vice mayor, she can't hear. I can hear her from here, so I can't concentrate on what the residents are speaking, what they're saying. So this is creating some totally disruptive for this council member up here
Can I
speaking.
consider that as a disrupting the council here?
Yeah, I was just going to say, the issue of recording is one thing. The issue of speaking, that gets more to disruption of the meeting.
So she's been doing that. She's been talking about it. So if you consider this is, you allow this is a disrupting, according to Vice Mayor Ho and also Councilmember Menzel. I move to stop Councilmember West to recording from the recording on the dais. If you want to record, there is no one to stop you. Hold on,
Right.
please.
TikTok.
It's my turn. It's my turn. If you want to record, hold on. The city attorney said that you have the right, and I agree that you have the right, but you can't go there and then record it from there. You are not allowed to do it here because it's disrupting the city council doing the work. So at this point here, I move to have Councilmember West either stop recording at the dais or go down there to have recording down there.
Mayor, I second.
Is that what the mayor wants to do? Taking people's...
Am I allowed to do that? Because
Again, you can't prohibit the recording of the meeting. The issue of
Exactly. You
disruption,
can't do
disrupting
that.
the meeting by
So
talking.
stop talking.
That's what I was talking
okay,
about.
what I'm doing right now, okay, let me go ahead and remove from, take back from their motion. That this time here, I ask you if, according to the city attorney, you can record, but please refrain from speaking. Okay, if you
City
continue,
attorney,
if you
I
are,
am not making a lot of
if you are
noise at
recording
all.
and speaking at the same time, then I have to move forward with the motion.
What is
Okay?
my right as a councilwoman?
have the
I
right to leave
last
that
time
seat and get the
whispered
fuck
to
outta
you, Mr. City Attorney, before, that they think it's distraction.
I
when
make it very
That's
clear.
my right
Are you okay
to
with
ask for
that?
advice.
You have the right to record, you don't have the right to disrupt the meeting.
As you usually do.
Then what is disruption?
Well, there's an order to business. The chair is running the meeting, which he acknowledges people to speak. And if you speak out of turn, then that might be considered a disruption.
I didn't speak out of turn. I didn't speak out of turn at all.
Yeah, so that's what it is, to answer your question.
Okay, at this time, I repeat it again, if you haven't heard that from me. I allow for you to go ahead and continue with the recording at the dais without speaking, because it's going to be disrupting the city council from doing their business.
City attorney.
And if you continue to do that, then I have to move with a motion
Yeah,
to have
Christian, that
removed.
I roll,
City
that's all of
attorney,
us.
what's my right? I'm recording and I'm not distracting anyone.
She just said you are.
Because the
You
thing
said
is
you
that
are.
they
Yes,
think
you
I'm
are
distracting. I'm not.
distracted.
She's too done.
Okay.
She's
Yes,
too
that-
done.
I already stated my statement twice. I already said my statement
You
twice
cannot.
already.
You cannot.
Saying let's move on with that, and then we will continue with the meeting.
So Amy, shh, just like you want to do to everyone in the audience, zip it. This is my next point. Obstructing city business, theft of taxpayer money. How much money did that just cost us? Because she can't comprehend simple instructions and has to make it the Amy Clown show. That's all she's doing. He can't even bother to come back, and we do need to start docking them. When she wastes time like this, she needs to be docked too. I'm going to speak on this probably later, but I already said she thinks decorum is different for council members and residents. Christian, I want to bring up something you said last meeting when I asked about what's all the defamation that she just throws around up there. Your answer to me was defamation is different for council members. So I think you owe it to resident. That's what you said. Okay, just making sure you remember. I think you owe it to us to give us the explanations.
Thank you.
How much of your time is wasted by your time?
Our next speaker is David Johnson, followed by Dao Tran.
Mayor, if I can just quickly over here. Hello.
Yes, please.
If I could just quickly make a note. I know there's been lately just everyone asking our city clerk to pause the clock. I just want to remind everyone, audience and council, that the city clerk takes direction from you as chair.
Right.
So for continuity and consistency, we just want to make sure that she stops the clock on when you ask for it, not everybody else.
That's right.
So that just to clarify that. Thank you.
very much.
Mayor, and just, I'm sorry, before you go, if I could explain very quickly the different
Please,
standards.
please.
Yeah, and there's case law on this. It's a New York Times case, which basically says that if you're a public figure, what is a public figure? An elected official would be a public figure. Other people that put themselves out in the public eye, those people are public figures. If you're a public figure, then the standard in order to prove defamation against that person is higher. You have to show that it was false, that you knew it was false, and that there's a maliciousness to the information. That's why you see a lot of negative information put out there by these public figures on media. It's a different standard for the audience, meaning defamation can be more easily proven to a member of the audience, let's say, somebody who's not a public figure. If you say something negative about them, you can more easily prove a defamation case in that situation than you could if the person you're talking about is a public figure. So I think it's the reverse of what you think. It's harder. It's easier for you to say negative things about public officials, is the point.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Next Speak up, please.
David Johnson.
My name is David Johnson, resident in Area 1 of the city. So thank you for this opportunity. Whose ever idea it was to have a Westminster Community Foundation, that was a good idea. Many cities have them, and it makes a lot of sense to find other ways to fund wonderful things that happen in our city. I'm going to miss the mayor. So what I wanted to emphasize, though, is it has to be done effectively and legally. And effectively is an issue. If 16 of the members have turned over of the 11-person board in approximately 1 year, then obviously something is wrong, right? And a logical leader would want to determine the root cause of something wrong before they just throw more resources at it, right? So I'd recommend you identify the root cause of why there's so much turnover. I would suggest it has something to do with the dysfunctional culture of that group based on its leadership. Most people don't leave their organization, they leave their supervisor, they leave their leader. So I would appreciate if you look at that. I know that at least one city council person and the president of that organization has said that they're ready for you to appoint more people right now and you know, build it up. Well, wait a second, isn't that just doing the same thing over and over again? Isn't that being in denial? Shouldn't we fix it first? On the legal side, it is appropriate that you could all have appointed the first 11 because it wasn't a nonprofit at that time. But there's a point in time when it became a nonprofit, and it was submitted to the United States government in California as a legal entity of a nonprofit corporation. A government agency cannot control a nonprofit corporation, and vice versa. And when you continue to reappoint people, and the only people that could reappoint to that are city council persons, you're in essence controlling that nonprofit, and they are not a nonprofit. Those who give through that nonprofit thinking that their money was nonprofit can then provide a legal case against you and that because they are you. They're no different from a commission right now because you're just appointing them on, and if you look at Chapter 2 of their bylaws, you could do that every 2 years as terms. You are controlling the entire decision-making board. So I gave this exact scenario to the attorney at the school district where I happen to be a trustee, although I do not speak on their behalf. And he came back and said, yes, under that exact scenario, we as a school district, he's advising we would never do that. You cannot have your board control the nonprofit corporation. And all of that information was provided to you. It was in the notes for the study session that the city council person had and did not attend. So you could find it there. The legal advice from that attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dow Tran, followed by Kai Dow.
Good evening. The reason I'm here because someone who is a candidate for council member for District 3 spread out the news that they will have a press conference at 4 o'clock today about the kind of mirror in front of the mayor's office. And I'm here to tell, first I already heard that the police already arrested him. So I give big hand for the police for doing that. First of all, how he said that the mirror is to scare the evil. How can he can explain something about like that? And I know that he cried up to pull down the mirror. That is very wrong. That is a vandalization. So that person is a candidate for the council member. So I ask the audience here, should we vote for that person? Give him out of here. Before he come in here, he already have the idea to come to ruin this city. And now about Council Member Nam Quan Nguyen. He's a council member, and he's also a YouTuber. He has his own channel, and he used his channel to spread out the fake news. The fake news about the mayor, about the vice mayor, about all the council members. So they don't deserve to sit here. Also, Amy Van West, she argued with her residents. So that is it. I want to tell the audience here, just keep Menzo to his seat for the meeting and for the District 3. Find someone, not the guy who come to vandalize the city today. Thank you for listening.
Our last speaker is Kai Dao.
Sorry about that. I'll just take 30 seconds. All right, good evening, everyone. Mr. City Attorney, Mayor. Well, I didn't know I would be able to speak before midnight. So congratulations, you did the right thing. And Mr. City Attorney, I'm glad that you finally put your feet down and actually explain the law to them and tell them to do the right thing instead of, let them give in to their demands and trying to turn this city into kind of their own kingdom, I guess. Well, according to the recent comments from their cronies, it seems like they're trying to duke it out to see which one of them, which team of them is gonna hold the majority of the city council after the election. Well, I guess in the mainstream we said we should vote for the lesser of the two evil, right? But in my culture, I would say that you both are dogs, so it doesn't make any difference to me. Well, worst come to shove, I'd hate to see that, the 5 members of the city councils are Vietnamese American. Even though I'm Vietnamese American, that would be a shame. I wouldn't know how to deal with. So, Mr. Menzo, I wish you the best of luck. I hope, if you get elected, you would do the right thing and at least somehow to maintain the city, a council that can serve the city and serve the people. And the reason I said that, some of them actually exposed themselves and revealing that they intend to fire the city manager and install their crony, their boss, Tali Dip, to replace her. It didn't work out, right, because of Vice Mayor Kimberly Ho. But I guess, like I said, after November 5th, either they can install Tali Dip or Mr. Nguyen is gonna probably put his wife to replace Mrs. Gordon here. Like somebody I read exposed that the Midway Cemetery, you guys ran it, and between you brother-in-laws, get all kind of meetings and sharing the profit, and you intend to do the same to the city council, and that's just a shame. And worst come to shove, if you guys get elected, I will continue with the recall proceed. We'll recall Nam Quan. So please, I call for your support. Thank you.
And Mayor, we do have one more speaker, Terry Raines.
Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. I had prepared to speak at the end on this. I don't have any prepared comments tonight at all because I was out of town on a family emergency and just got back, and I'm kind of discombobulated over that. But what I'm more upset over is that press conference outside of the mayor's office and witnessing vandalism take place by a candidate and then confronting that candidate, and Councilmember Nguyen was accomplice to that crime because he was standing right there while it was happening, probably encouraging him, it looked like from a distance. We've got to get control of these two. And I'm glad you're enjoying filming me, because filming me from the dais, talking about me from the dais, calling me out by name by the dais, filing false police reports against residents when they're sitting in their car eating dinner and alleging that they're stalking you. You know, she's always the victim, but she is actually the instigator of all of the chaos, along with Mr. Nam Kwan. He was here for 3 hours. He was here 21 minutes of 3 hours of last meeting. That's as far as I clocked it. We do need to start docking their pay. And in the police report, Councilwoman West said that she's filed multiple reports in the past where she felt her statements were inaccurately written after WPD officers obtained her statement. Fan requested that this report be investigated by the sheriffs because it was a conflict of interest that the WPD was investigating it. She stated that as a council member, she was their boss, the police. That is categorically false. Christine Corden, the city manager, is the boss of the chief of police, and the rest of the officers report to the chief of police. There are so many false statements in this police report. We have got to get a handle. You can't allow these council members. Nam Kwan should have been here. She should have been here for the study session. They're the ones that called the study session. I'm going to speak on the foundation, but I'll do it under agenda comments because I had a preparation, a prepared, that's the only comments I did prepare. But we've got to get a handle on this. She's talking about her rights. The First Amendment was established so that the residents, the private citizens, could address their government and with grievances and be free to do so without intimidation or fear. And yes, Christian, I'm looking at you when I say that. The First Amendment clause was an establishment clause for our rights. Your government, their government, we have higher rights for freedom of speech in this forum than they do, in my opinion. So I don't have much prepared. I did go to an event for District 1 on Saturday night, and Amy West showed up uninvited on private property and got upset when they asked her to leave. She didn't want to leave. It was a private property event for District 1 residents, and she came and created chaos like she does so well. So please, Christian and Mayor, you've got to figure this out and get a handle on these council members.
City Attorney, I understand people trying to tell me to take control of the meeting. In terms of what we just heard, that the items was brought up, brought forward and agendized by the council members, and they were not here to present the item that they proposed. What can I do, or what can we do in this case? Because I don't want to have this happen again. I show up, and also the residents show up at 4 o'clock for the study section. And I know I have I have other things to do, and same as they are. I don't want to waste my time, and so and the council times. So what can we do in this case? Is there any recommendation? Without into the discussion, I just want a brief comment from you.
Well, there's very little you can do there. The council has already done quite a bit to try and minimize how items are added to the agenda. But once they're added and we've agreed upon a special meeting, there has to be a quorum there to hold it. And if people don't show up, it's hard to tell ahead of time whether or not we could remind them. But we can't, force them to show up to a meeting. So.
All right. So now you get the answer directly from the city attorney, not from me. So hopefully that you understand where I'm coming from. Next is I'd like to I'd like to close up the oral communication for the non-agendized item. So at this time, I would like to open up for the oral communications concerning the agenda items only. So same thing again. Would you please go ahead and read the instruction into the record, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda, except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Nguyen Hung.
Thank you. The first thing I'd like to mention is about item 6.1, and that's the support for Prop 36. I took a quick look at it to see what it was about. Oh, nice you two could be in here. Don't let the governor have his own program, which he calls the retail theft package, as an alternative to Prop 36. Because the last time the government did something like this, we got AB 109, Prop 47, and Prop 57, which dumped thousands of convicted felons back out onto the streets. And you know as well as I do, crime went through the roof. Property crime, vehicle thefts, assault and battery. That we can't have this. And if Prop 36 will help that, and I know the chief would probably look into this a lot closer, but from what I could figure out, there are some built-in things with this, and especially concerning fentanyl, which was one of the additions in Prop 36. The other thing, all of the rest of the items and the closed session items, if you pull closed session, not closed session, excuse me, from the consent calendar, if you pull consent calendar items or the presentations that are going to be tonight, please don't talk these things to death, because all of these meetings I've sat through, and unfortunately it's the same couple of members, and I guess they like to hear themselves talk, because they get talked to death. There is no reason at all for this to go on that long in discussion, and especially if it's a report that staff is giving. You sit, let them give their report. If there's a couple of questions, it's understandable, but you get your package in plenty of time to be able to figure out if you need clarification before you ever get in here. And these two, I don't know if they don't read it or they just don't understand it, because that's the same thing every single meeting. So please, try not to talk that to death. And you might want to support Prop 36, because it looks like the residents of this state may be able to start turning things around from all of the bad laws and everything that dump these people back out on the street. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Nguyen Hung, followed by Camilla Overbeek.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, lawyer, we meet today, and City Manager and everybody. I just come up on, one question before I bring my subject today. I heard about, the city, the Orange County supervision deliver for city about $1 million for homeless. And this afternoon, I talked to Councilman Nam Quang Nguyen, said a 3-person, Charlie Ching Nguyen, Mayor, and Councilman Manjo, and Kimberly Ho. Everybody have on my email already. But anyway, so 3 vote, no discuss about in public. But I heard about it, Orange County going to sue city because they want $1 million back to the Orange County. If you don't want to bring up, okay, I'm willing to pay for investigation. I'm willing. Somebody already behind me told me, go ahead. So I am a resident of Westminster. I want to know about where is $1 million, 5 member, different way. One saying, oh no, we returned it to Orange County. One saying, no, they don't discuss in a meeting. And now I heard about, we already sent money back. However, Nhật Linh, one of the YouTuber from Charlie Ching Nguyen say, hey, the $1 million we don't take today, we will take back tomorrow. That is BS. I don't understand about that. What is going on over here? Do you know, everybody sit here, the New York mayor just today, about 45 minutes ago, was indignant about corruption. It's like Andrew Doe very soon. I don't think Andrew Doe corruption, but anyway, I have 34 minutes. Can I talk to my subject? I question about relationship between AASCA from Lam Chao Nguyen and Westminster Community Foundation. Very quickly, I noted that the city cannot, member cannot appoint the member for a non-profit organization. Non-profit organization not working for the council. Can I continue?
Thank you. No, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. All right, thank you.
That's all.
Now,
Understand what I'm talking.
hold on for a minute, please. These issues came up a lot, and this time I heard that it's not only involved me and also council member, but it also involved council member Manzo and Vice Mayor Ho. At this time, one of the questions is, where is that $1 million? Can I ask the Director of Finance, would you please step without discussion? I just want to know where the money is right now and how much is in that bank account, or have we transferred any money out? Please. Just once and for all. Please.
Good evening. The city has the money. The money was transferred to the city, and the city has it in our bank account.
In our bank account, what is the amount?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next.
Our next speaker is Camilla Overbeek, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Please, no talking. Shh, not your turn.
Please, yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, I'm just here to talk on item 5.1 with regard to the appointment to the Westminster Community Foundation. I just want to make sure that I am adamantly clear that I do not believe that an appointment should move forward tonight. When study session was ignored by the 2 individuals who called for it, I think that the foundation and the council need to sit together and draft a proper way to move forward. So I would respectfully ask that you not approve an appointment and actually pull that item pending a study session regarding the Westminster Community Foundation. There is no need to continue doing this and wasting taxpayer time and money, and especially staff time and money. So if you would please just take that under advisement. Study session needs to happen before anything.
Your points are very well perceived. Next.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by Kai Dow.
Okay. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. Kind of glad she's not here because maybe I won't get interrupted because she's not going to like this. Speaking on the invocation on the agenda, over at the press conference earlier, Joseph Nyo, after he was arrested and whatever, he was talking about how religious things on city property is illegal and blah, 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 whatever. And I said, oh, so you believe that nothing religious should be on city property? And he said, no. I said, okay, so, and Nam Kwan apparently agrees with this because he was over there advocating for him to do what he's doing and getting arrested and being an accessory to a crime. So I'm calling on my District 1 representative, which I know she's not going to do anything, to remove "In God We Trust" and take off the invocation, because especially with her behavior and her, whatever she was doing, making a show, that's why she's probably recording herself doing it so she can show her friends on social media, I'm sure. I'll probably send her an email, probably won't get an answer back, but if they really believe that what you had on your office, for whatever reason you had it on there, but they literally committed a crime to remove it, and they believe that anything, any kind of religious anything is illegal on city property, then I believe that they should agree that that should be removed and there should be no more invocation on the agenda. That's all.
Our next speaker is Kai Dow, followed by David Johnson.
Sorry about that. All right, I'll be talking about item 5.1, right, regarding the appointment to the Westminster Community Foundation. I cannot address this item without talking about cronyism and nepotism. I heard that you appointed, or whoever appointed somehow, the family member of Mayor Charlie Ching-Wen is the CEO of this, or has been once CEO of this community foundation, receiving funds for the Tet Parade. And according to my knowledge, Nhật Linh, one of your very close associate, and I don't know your admission to her relationship with you, but at least she defends you wholeheartedly. She cares a lot about you, and she's openly, publicly go on social media asking people to send her money so that she can give it to the fund. That's totally illegal. And like I said, I cannot talk about this foundation without addressing the issue of cronyism and nepotism. And if you learn anything from Andrew Doe, I would advise you to make your move cautiously. I heard that you trying to bring your brother-in-law into the council. You can explain that all you want. The way we see it, if two of your family members is sitting on the dais representing the city, then I have a problem with it. Not to mention that you guys are already working together at the Midway Sanitary District, and I have, she already left. She's been accusing you up here many times, saying that you have swindle. I forgot the word, but she said that you guys come up with all kind of excuse reason to have meetings, and it costs the Midway Sanitary dozens of thousands of dollars. So, like I said, whatever happened, I don't think Nam Quang deserves to be in the council, because this is not the first time he's absent when we are up here addressing the council. So again, we will do it, and hopefully we'll do it right, and hopefully we will succeed in recalling Nam Quang and replacing him with someone, who ready to serve our city. And so I ask for your support. Thank you.
You are entitled to your opinion, but none negative, not accepted. Thank you. Move on.
Our next speaker is David Johnson, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Thank you. I just, earlier I said that I had proposed a very similar, if not identical, situation of a foundation that a school district could have, another government agency, right? And whether it could be run that way, whether it could be adopted at the school district. And the legal counsel for that body gave us a letter explaining why that wasn't good practice. What started out as good practice of the city council appointing those members was fine until it became nonprofit. And they gave a couple conclusions. So just in case you didn't have time to read it, I'll just read these 2 paragraphs. I'll try to be brief. One says, going forward, it is recommended that the foundation utilize independent legal counsel, and they often refer to their foundations to For Purpose Law, which is a different law firm specializing in nonprofit organizations. That's because if we continue to use our resources and our city attorney and what have you to do that, it could be perceived or maybe even legally defined as a gift of public funds to a nonprofit corporation. So we have to be careful with that. The other said, it is recommended that the district, or in this case, we would apply it to the city, move away from an appointed model where you appoint those members, and instead have a nonprofit established bylaws which govern recruitment for the foundation members, filling their own vacancies. And I think that's important to distinguish the difference between what was set up okay, but there's a point at which you have to release them to be their own nonprofit organization, right? So I do think that this is a great idea. We should have the foundation. We should do lots of good things, but you can't treat it like a commission or a task force, because it's not. It's a nonprofit organization that's a separate legal entity, and a nonprofit cannot be controlled by a government agency. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
Item 5.1 is about the foundation, and since I couldn't speak about the study session because those 2 didn't show up, I'll speak about it now. I'm the only resident who, although never a board member, has attended multiple Westminster Community Foundation meetings. Councilmember West's statements and allegations made at the last meeting based on what her appointee, Casey Wolbert, fed her, fueled a mass exodus of board members, in addition to the 2 who resigned right here at the podium last meeting. Only 4 members remain, not enough to meet or take action. Only 2 original members appointed in June 2023 remain, and 2 have terms expiring in January. The city's website still shows Lam Chow Wen as a current board member. The board rightfully fired Lam Chow as treasurer on August 26th, and she resigned the board on September 13th. 16 resignations in just over a year, and the board has never had 11 active members. Councilmember West's brilliant idea on how members should be appointed and replaced by city council members around election cycles created most of this mess. Worse, you all co-signed that BS. The bylaws are a mess thanks to City Attorney Bettenhausen. Per a letter in your agenda packet, David Johnson stated he tried to get the bylaws revised, but then he just up and quit at the second meeting before anything got done. In my opinion, Johnson should not have used school district resources to get that hypothetical legal opinion, but I do agree with it. The board has done nothing about the bylaws. Camilla Overbeek, appointed in March, tried to get revisions going again, but the rest of the board did nothing, and your brilliant city attorney added section 7.03. The foundation cannot adopt, amend, or repeal in part or in whole or in part their own bylaws or articles of incorporation without this council's approval. So much for autonomy. Errors include section 704 is referenced as 604 under 704, and section 310 references section 210, which doesn't even exist. Bottom line is the foundation is grossly out of compliance with their bylaws and state and federal law. The treasurer was rightfully fired, but now her mess has to be cleaned up to avoid penalties and worse. Without board notice or approval, she hired and paid a CPA using foundation funds to do the required filings. Apparently that CPA completed the wrong filings, even claiming the foundation owed taxes. President Lay unilaterally decided that he would fix things with that CPA, even without an informal approval of the remaining board members, and the amended filings are still wrong. I am really trying to help this foundation succeed, but the only way to fix it now is to remove this council entirely from any involvement. Let them reform with new bylaws, appoint and replace their own members, etc. Because of this mess, the city, i.e. the taxpayers, will likely be on the hook for the full cost of this next year's TEP parade, about $200,000. This foundation was not formed to solely support the TEP parade, but they haven't done anything else to support this community, the city, only their favored politicians. You need to fix this now by bowing out entirely, City Council. And again, the 2 people that called for the study session about the foundation, they're absent even now. It's unacceptable. We have to have change now.
I have no further speakers, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Due to the absences of the study session today and due to the request from their audience, I move to pull item 5.1 out of their agenda today.
Second.
All right, we have motion and second on the floor.
Withdraw.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to withdraw item 5.1. I'll go to call roll.
There, before you make that motion, is there some discussion and you may want to have about what the next steps might be with that in terms of having staff meet with?
The next step is going to reschedule for it.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to be sure.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilmember Monzo.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-0.
All right. Thank you very much for coming out and talk and express your opinions on non-agenda items and also agenda items. So at this point here, I appreciate for your time. Doesn't matter which side you're on, but you are here to express your opinion. I value for your time. Next on the agenda is the consent calendar. And all matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by the single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. So at this time here, I'd like to ask if there is any item that you want to pull from the consent calendar or approval to move forward.
Motion to approve.
I'd like to pull 3.2
Okay, item 3.2
and 3.3.
and 3.3. And the motion maker, do you want
Motion to
modify?
approve with the exception of 3.2 and 3.3.
Can I also pull 3.1? Can you add to that one too?
Okay, 2.1.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
it's okay with the
Yes.
motion maker? Yes, I second that. Move forward. Except for 3.1 to 3.3.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3, which are pulled for separate discussion. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
4-0, motion carried.
All right, 3.1, City Council and Successor Agency warrant at the registers date is September 5th, 2024 through September 18, 2024. This item pulled by Councilmember West. Please address the problem.
Hi, Aaron. Thank you so much. I think I mentioned in the past to have like a section. Can you hear me okay? Okay, I mentioned in the past of the City of Westminster warrant register to have a section so we can see if this is a payment out monthly or quarterly or yearly. And I haven't seen anything like that on here. It's been a year now.
That's correct. We did work with Munis, who provides our reports, and we did modify the report to reflect your request, except that is not something that we can track. So we can't provide that information on this report. If you had a specific item that you were interested in and you wanted to know, I could tell you. I mean, I couldn't tell you based on this report, but I could look it up, certainly.
So how hard is it to put a section to say, for example, you know, just the ambulance service, do we pay monthly? Do we pay quarterly?
We pay that one monthly, but I couldn't add it to the report. It would be a manual process, so somebody would have to go through each item, look it up, and provide that.
Well, I think that's more just transparency, and I think it's important to have transparency. So in that way, there is a section that you can create there and, you know, put underneath the date or something and can say this one item that you pay the gardener, you know, for example, or say Jones and Mayer, do you pay monthly Or do you pay quarterly on this one? Because I see like almost 10,000
Well,
a month.
there's several payments, so it
Right.
depends. Some things are depending on the item. But that is definitely a manual process. We make a lot of payments weekly, probably 250 invoices each week that I would need somebody to look that up and track that. I have one person that does AP, so it's not something I could do with my current staff. If that's something that council would like, we could probably, look into providing it, but it's definitely a manual process. It's not something our software can handle.
You know what? I think that is a little excuse, to be honest with you. Any company from even I'm from the sector, the private sector, and for them to know which company, the clerk or the HR, whoever you want to say, keep track of which company they pay out monthly, which company they pay out, quarterly. And I think that's normal because most of businesses, they pay out monthly or quarterly. It's rare that's yearly. But if it is, there is a section. So in that way, there's check and balance. The CEO will demand that. And I think it's important as, the board here, the council, I think we need that transparency because the taxpayer are paying for it. And plus, we just increased 1.5%. The people are paying for this, and they don't know if this is a monthly payment. Like some of them, we're paying $5,000. Is that monthly or quarterly? Quarterly, yes, I can see. But if it's monthly, some of them we're paying in the 20,000s. You know what I mean?
But
10,000.
Not all payments are consistent. So on January 1, I might think it's monthly, and then a different service is added with the same vendor. And then on June, maybe now we're added another service to that same vendor, so now we're making more than 12 payments. So it's more than monthly. So we could count the number of payments made, but we certainly wouldn't be able to project what that payment's going to be. At that point in time, it's one payment for the month, but it might not be on all items. Some things depend on the level of service. Some things, like a contract, like ambulance, that's monthly. But not all things follow that same path.
What about landscape, for example? Do you pay monthly?
I don't know. I could look that up. I could ask Jake, do you know how often we pay landscape services?
For the landscaping maintenance, we pay them monthly.
Okay, and what about like other stuff in here? I mean, that's easy. Why don't you categorize it? Those that you pay monthly, keep a section of that for monthly payment, and then it's just transparency. I mean, I don't think we pay contractor just by the job, right? Do you guys do it by the job daily? Do you guys pay daily?
For public works, any regular maintenance, we do it. We have a contract. We pay them monthly, but we do have specific tasks or specific work that's only pertain to that work. So that can be that month, or it can be 2 months, that kind of thing. But it's not a monthly occurrence.
Can I refrain both of you from discussing further? My understanding, what I heard from the staff is they have a difficulty of getting what you want. And we're not going to solve it here at this item. If you want to, you can always organize an item so that we can just focus further into this. But we are not going to solve the problem today. So
I'm not asking to solve.
Number one, hold
Mr.
on.
Mayor.
Let me finish my please. Either that we are going to start for 5 minutes, which is my fault that I didn't start from the beginning. If you continue to go on this, then let's start with the 5 minutes. Go ahead.
So the thing is that we're not asking to solve the problem today, which I asked this at the beginning, and you know that, and you guys said that is a possibility to doing it, but you guys never got back to me, and it's been a year now. So by the way,
we did work with programmers, and it was not a possibility. We did look into it. We did make changes to the warrant register, and we implemented everything that we were able to do. If you wanted different information, like I said, the count, that might be a possibility, but tracking the monthly, we don't track that. So we don't have that. And it wasn't something that we could add to this report.
Okay, and maybe I will make an appointment to sit down with you and talk farther on this, because I think the mayor wants to move forward on this. But I'll make
We
an
can
appointment
certainly
to talk
talk,
with you.
absolutely.
Thank you. So you want to move to receive and file on this item?
Yeah, I motion
Okay.
to approve.
Second.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to receive and file. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Okay, so I just think, before I make a quick question, I know that I asked this at the beginning of the year. I just wanted transparency. I want us to have a check and balance within the city staff and the taxpayers' money. And that's why I asked for the warrant, the register warrant, just to have a section for monthly payment to a vendor or a quarterly payment to a vendor. But yeah, I will make an appointment with the
It seems like you are repeating information.
Yes, so
go
I will
ahead
make
and
the
vote it.
appointment with
Go
staff
for
to
it.
sit down and go over it in detail, so thank you so much. My motion is Fan West, yes.
It's your vote, not the motion. Okay.
I motion yes.
You vote, your vote is yes?
Yes.
Okay. Her vote is
Councilmember
yes.
Monzo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
Okay, next is 3.2, Westminster Housing Authority Annual Report and Senate Bill 341 Report for fiscal year 2023-2024. I just want to make sure that we cover from the beginning. So we'll go ahead and set 5 minutes for Vice Mayor Ho. I don't think the city needed, but go ahead and start with that.
Oh, I just want to hear from Michael San. Go ahead.
So this report is it's Westminster Housing Annual Report for fiscal year 23-24, which also serves as Senate Bill 341 compliance document that is required by the Westminster Housing Authority and as a housing successor agency to the redevelopment agency to be submitted to the state. Just a few highlights of the report in regards to homeless outreach and activities. The Westminster Housing Authority collaborated with the Westminster Family Resource Center to provide rental assistance to eligible very low-income households. In regards to financials, the Westminster Housing Authority also received income through interest, developer loan repayments, and other housing-related transactions. The report also confirms compliance with SB 341's proportionality requirements regarding the allocation of funds to various income levels. And lastly, for affordable housing, the Westminster Housing Authority monitors several income-restricted housing units and maintains compliance with state affordability requirements. And that concludes my brief report. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer.
I motion to approve if the council doesn't have any question.
I believe that, I just want to have Vice Mayor Ho, do you want to have the follow-up question on this?
Yes. Is this something that we have to approve every year?
Correct.
In order to continue to receive funds?
It's not receiving funds, it's just a report that's required by state.
That's
We have to
required.
submit, yes.
Got it. Thank you. I move to approve.
A second.
All right.
I thought there was a
I have a
motion on the
motion.
floor. I motion to approve.
Yeah, I heard that.
Vice Mayor Ho.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so my motion is made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Monzo.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Vice Mayor Ho. Okay. So I have a motion moved by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to approve the Housing Authority Annual Report for fiscal year 2023-2024, which also serves as the compliance document for Senate Bill 341, and authorize the transmittal of the report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development as required by state law, and authorize staff to make adjustments to the report based on completion of the annual third-party fiscal audit and resubmit as necessary. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next is 3.3, Treasurer's Report from August 2024, and this item pulled by Vice Mayor Ho. So you are recognized.
Yes, I'd like to hear from Erin Bax, please. Report.
Let's start for 5 minutes.
Good evening again. This is the Treasurer's Report for the month of August 24. Cash and investments at the end of August totaled $138 million for the city and $214,000 for the successor agency. The city had $76,000 of investments managed by Chandler Asset Management, and the city had $56.6 million invested in LAIF, the local agency investment fund. Let's see, the city also had $2.7 million in bond funds managed by U.S. Bank. The successor agency had $130,000 invested in LAIF and $18,000 in bond funds.
So I just want to know, how are we doing compared to last year?
Oh, compared to last year. So this report doesn't compare it to last year, but I can certainly add that going forward. I'll also be bringing the investment policy, I believe, to the next council meeting, and I could add that to that policy at that time.
Okay, thank you.
I want to entertain for a motion. You want to move to receive and file?
Is this something that, does this include the Measure Y money and all, everything, or?
It does, yes. This is the city's total cash. So the cash for all of our funds, general fund, water fund, everything is included in this.
And this is for August only? So this is a
Correct. These are the totals for the end of August.
Okay.
And the activity, the report is the activity from Chandler Asset Management.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Ho, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to receive and file the report. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, thank you very much. And now we move to, thank you, staff, for your report. Next is public hearing. Would you please, Madam Clerk, read the instruction into the record, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone wishing to speak on an open public hearing may speak in person. Speakers during public hearing comments will each have 3 minutes to speak on each public hearing item. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record.
So now we will discuss about 4.1, adoption of amendment number 1, substantial to the fiscal year 2024-2025 annual action plan for community development block grant CBGD and Home Investment Partnership Act, Home Program Federal Funds. First, I would like to ask for a staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Michael Sun. I am here to present Amendment Number 1 to the fiscal year 2024-2025 Annual Action Plan. This amendment of the fiscal year 2024-2025 Annual Action Plan will allocate $125,000 in home funds and an additional $25,000 from the Westminster Housing Authority to support administration of the Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Program, also known as TBRA. The program will run through June 30th, 2025, and aims to assist at-risk households in Westminster. The TBRA program's primary goal is to assist approximately 9 homeless or at-risk households. The program will also focus households with incomes at or below 50% of the area median income. By providing limited time rental assistance, such as security deposits and rent, the program aims to stabilize these households, promoting housing stability and ultimately long-term self-sufficiency. The program will operate through June 2025. Additionally, the TBRA program is consistent with the priority housing needs identified in the fiscal year 2020-2024 consolidated plan. Interval House will be administering the TBRA program and providing a range of comprehensive supportive services. These include not only rental assistance, but also case management, counseling, housing relocation, financial counseling, connection to legal assistance, employment support, and educational support. All of these services work together to ensure households can achieve long-term housing stability. Interval House has experience in administering TBRA programs for other agencies, which include, but not limited to, City of Garden Grove, City of Long Beach, and County of Orange Continuum of Care. In conclusion, the approval of Amendment Number 1 will allocate the necessary funds to Interval House for administering the TBRA program. The program will provide essential assistance to families in Westminster, reducing homelessness and promoting stability in the Westminster community. We also have a representative here from Interval House, should you have any questions for them as well. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. At this time, from the mayor and council, if there is any question for staff.
No.
Okay. Is there any question for staff? Hearing none, seeing none, so I'm going to...
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
Maybe that would be for the interval housing. Hi there. Yes. It's really, I think this is a great program. So could you tell me, this is for 9 homeless or potentially homeless households?
So it's a program that will serve both people experiencing homelessness that need to get into a brand new home, or people that need help with what we call homeless prevention, which is just maintaining their home that they're in now so that they could avoid homelessness.
Okay, so I'm just very surprised that the cost is really only $125,000, right? And we are moving money, so money that we already have sitting there in the CDBG fund and HUD fund. Is that what we're doing? We're just...
So the reason why for the $125,000 is because we're running into expenditure deadlines, and that amount will capture that expenditure deadline by the June 30th, 2025 deadline. That's why we have only that amount set aside, yeah.
It's a short grant. It's only a 9-month grant.
9-month, yeah.
So it's from October 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. So in those 9 months, we will be able to help those 9 households at least to, either maintain their home or get into a new home.
Maintain their home where they're at?
Yes, so that's the homeless prevention component of it.
Okay, I see.
Is when people are, falling behind on their rent, we are able to help them catch up and then possibly pay a couple of months after they're initially caught up so that they can, establish themselves again and then continue paying their rent on their own.
And for Interval House, what role do you play?
We are primarily a domestic violence agency. And so we would take referrals for both domestic violence and non-domestic violence clients from the City of Westminster. We have ways to get the referrals to us. So we work with 211, of course, and then we also have a 24-hour hotline that we answer so that we can capture any clients that are looking for that kind of assistance.
I see. So is this just an add-on to what you're already doing? And then you're serving 9 more families, or?
Yeah, so right now we have a contract with the City of Westminster for a different amount of, it's a similar program that's going to be running through April of 2025. And this is just going to be like an added amount of money that we can, it'll be running as its own separate program, but we will be able to help more people in the city.
And do you think on the average, how long does it take to get them back on their feet?
We usually project for everybody about 6 months to be able to get back on the feet. For homeless prevention, that 6 months would include the months that they are behind on their rent. Sometimes they're a month or 2 or even 3 months behind. So we are able to catch them up and then pay a couple of months forward so that they can, establish themselves again. For rapid rehousing for people that are homeless, there for sure will need at least 6 months for the same reason, so that they have enough time to get into their new home, to establish their income and everything, and be able to successfully pay their own rent after the assistance ends.
Okay. So, it's a great program. I'm just wondering, are we going to pursue this program again next year? Is this something that other cities doing this is why?
It's certainly at the council's direction, we can move forward with that, and we can commit more funds in the future for the program.
Vice Mayor, I know that for the public hearing, we don't have the 5 minutes. We are not restricted with that. But if I can ask you to refrain your question, keep it there,
Okay,
and then
sure.
we'll go for the next council, and then we can come back.
Yes.
Is there any other council want to?
Yes, I have
one question.
Councilmember Menzo?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want, how is the residents, where can they find this information of where they can go get help? How is it advertised? How do we get it out in the community?
Yeah, so we have a website. We have a website where, anybody can go there, and there's our phone numbers and our email addresses there. We work very, very closely, like I said, with 211. So anybody that needs help can call 211, and there's different resources that they can connect the caller with. So through 211, they are able to say, I live in the city of Westminster, I need rental assistance. The people at 211 can look up the information, and then they give them our phone numbers. They call us. We have case managers there that will answer the phone and take information and move forward with whoever we can help.
Thank you. Or maybe this is this information available at our Family Resource Center? Because I know that I did hear a while back ago there were some families that were in need.
We do work
and they didn't know where to go to get
We
this
do work with the
information.
Westminster Family Resource Center. We have a grant with them also. So we do work very closely with them, and they do know of this service that's available for Westminster residents.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone
Yes,
else?
Mr. Mayor.
Okay. go ahead.
Okay, so also, this is great that you're having this program for a domestic violent client to help them get back on their feet. That's amazing. Now, do you guys also have other program where other people can contact you, not regarding domestic violence, but they need help with housing or rent or whatnot? Are
This program serves domestic violence and non-domestic violence residents of Westminster. So, we are primarily a domestic violence agency, but for these programs, we help anybody that would be able to call and qualify. There's income limits and things like that people would need to qualify for, but as long as they qualify, we can help them.
Okay, now, do they also have some legal advice for them? If those who are renting and they need help, can they call 211 and say, hey, I need some help legal advice? Do you guys have something like that for them as well?
For people that are...
like in a rental position or instead of...
Yeah, they can, yes, of course. Yes, they can call us, and we have, all of our advocates are very, familiar with a lot of the laws and things that protect, the residents. And, if we can't find the answer, we will help find the answer. It's something that we work very closely with our clients, so whatever they need, we will be able to connect them with.
Okay, so if they dial 211, what should they be asking for?
So 211, they call, it's like calling information, like 411. So they would call and say, I'm a resident of Westminster and I'm looking for help with my rent. So 211 already knows that Interval House has a program in the city of Westminster that can help this person calling, so they will give them our phone number, and then they will call us. Like I said, we have a 24-hour hotline, so that is a number that they would be given, and then we would connect with them that way.
Perfect. That's great. That's a great resource for the community. Thank you so much.
Okay, anything else from anyone? If not, then I will move to open up for public comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Public comment, please. Is there anybody signed up for that?
I have no speakers.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Terry would like to speak, so Terry Rings.
All right. Okay.
Good evening. I like this amendment, but I have a couple of questions. One is that I read somewhere, again, apologies because I was out of town on an emergency, so I haven't caught up, but it looked like this is targeted towards families with children. What we're missing still with this funding and with this action is we deal with the people that are chronically homeless and place them, and now we're dealing with the families with children. We're missing one big piece, and that is seniors on fixed incomes that are being priced out of their residence, whether it's a mobile home park, paying their space rent, whether they're renting a room like myself, whether they're renting a house. We need to prioritize all our residents and not discriminate because of your familial status. Everyone should be able to get this assistance and not wait until they're homeless to qualify as being homeless to get in with assistance. We need rental properties in this city where the rent is based, they're subsidized, and it's based on a percentage of the tenant, whoever that tenant is, their income. We are sorely lacking in that area compared to all other cities. Other cities have housing that has that, or they subsidize, or they help. We're doing rental assistance. This is great. I like it. But again, we need to open it up, or we need to target or look at our seniors who are the most vulnerable when you think about it. They can't go back to work. They have disabling health conditions. They can't work, and they need that assistance because they paid their taxes their whole life, and they can't get assistance easily and then they're forced out. And then you have homeless, very vulnerable, elderly people that become homeless and they can't defend themselves out there on the streets. So while I think this is a good program, I think as a city, we need to look at when we do the home funds and the CDBG, we need to make sure that we're opening that assistance up and not discriminating against somebody based on their age, their familiar status, their status of their family, anything like that, because I do not, we have a hole in the city. We throw a lot of money at the homeless. We've had developments with units that are just for those experiencing chronic homelessness that they have to go through the county to qualify. And then we have what we call low income, but they're not extremely low income units. They are just low income units. And myself, I can't afford it on my Social Security. I can't even get close to those rents. So I would really like this council to, when you're looking at these funding opportunities and these programs, which are great, but I think we need to really open that up and make sure that we're not leaving out people that have been supporting this city, in some cases for decades, with their tax dollars, and now they need assistance, and they can't get it because, hey, they don't have minor children or, whatever. So this is, and I harp on this every time we have a hearing on this, and I will continue to do so until I see positive change. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on. Is there any other public comments?
No, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, I would like to close the public comment. Now we come to mayor and council member discussion. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, so Michael, do we have already a program in place to help the senior citizen? Do we have anything like that already?
We do not know. The majority of the rental assistance program
Would you please hold on, please? At this time here for mayor and council member discussion, I'd like to start with the 5 minutes. It's just that we can go, for the next council member, as you said. I understand that for public hearing, we have to allow the council member to go and until we need to. So go ahead. All right.
Okay, thank you. City manager, let me ask a quick question regarding the 5 minutes thing. Is that an ordinance or a resolution for that? Is that the law of the land?
The 5 minutes was a council policy.
Okay, so it's not in a resolution or in an ordinance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it means it's not the law of the land. So just want to let you know, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so.
But we have the policy that approved by council members, so we need to follow that. Just want to let you know.
That is your policy, your majority.
It's not my policy.
Yes,
Come on,
because you
please.
want to silence the people, so it's okay.
Don't do
I
that.
understand.
Don't do that.
Okay, so anyways, what I was asking is, Michael, so we don't have that in the city of Westminster. I know Garden Grove have something similar to that with the housing, but we don't have it right now for the senior citizen. Is that correct?
That's correct. But this program, I mean, it's open to anyone that qualifies. So they're more than welcome to, contact Interval House and go through the application process.
Okay, so it's not just isolated to family with kids.
No, but we just identified in the staff report, I think we give preference to those because Interval House works closely with the Westminster Family Resource Center.
Right, that makes sense. So I hope that resident understand that we're not biased or setting aside just only family people, but anyone can apply for it. So that's good. Also with the county, I don't know if I asked you or Christine, but the county have something similar like that for housing for residents with family and also seniors. Is that correct?
If you're talking about the Section 8 program, yes, that's a countywide program, and unfortunately at this time they're not accepting applications.
Okay. All right. So there you go. So I guess you answer the question, and I hope the resident hear that. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate that.
Okay, is there any other council comment on this? Nope. Okay, if not, then we move to council action. I want to entertain if there's a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion and second on the floor.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, seconded by Vice Mayor Ho. This is to approve the amendment number 1, substantial, to the fiscal year 2024-2025 annual action plan, and authorize the city manager to submit this amendment to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and approve agreement with Interval House to administer the Westminster tenant-based rental assistance program, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on the behalf of the city. I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
A quick question, if later you can answer me, is that how do you vet if they've been a resident in the city of Westminster for a while, or are you more tailored to those who's been here like for a long time, so you give them service first, right? Is that how it is?
There's no length of time. As part of the application process, and maybe Alejandro can explain this a little bit better, they will need to provide some sort of identification that they are a current Westminster resident.
Okay, it doesn't matter how long they...
No.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. So my motion right now, Fan West, is yes, to approve this, yes. My motion is
Councilmember
yes.
Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Next item is 6.1, consideration of proposed resolution in support of California Proposition 36, the Homelessness and Drug Addiction and Theft Recovery Act. For this one, is there a staff report needed, or if there's a motion, I will entertain that too.
Do we need a staff report? I don't know.
I don't. It seemed like we don't need the staff report.
No,
Nobody requesting for that, so I move to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Wait, are you doing 6.1? What item are you? 6.1? I do have questions. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
thank you. I guess, do I ask
Please start with the 5
Darren
minutes,
or
please.
Chief? Darren? Okay, Chief. Okay, so Proposition 36, homelessness, drug addiction, and theft recovery. I know that we have, so can you elaborate to the people a little bit on this resolution that was voted on in the state Senate, is that correct? And the assembly floor, and it's approved, is that correct?
I believe it's a proposition going to the voters.
Okay, so it's approved by the legislature to put it to the people to vote this November?
No, I don't know if that's entirely correct. I don't know the back end of this. I don't know who put it on the ballot. It might not necessarily be the legislature.
Okay. I think city attorney, would you know that, or city manager?
So
Yeah.
who actually agendized this item? PD?
I don't think it's in the report. I read the report.
Just want to make sure I get the name of the group that actually put this on for you. I didn't include it in there.
Is that answer necessary to
Yeah, it didn't-
do it right now, or it can be provided later? Councilmember West.
Yes, so Proposition 47, I know that's what the law enforcement is pushing to modify, right, in the state legislature. But the thing is that Proposition 36, it's a little similar but different in a way. So with this, are you asking the city to basically stand with Proposition 36 and for the public to vote this November to vote for this proposition?
Mr. City Attorney, am I able to advocate for a proposition in this forum?
Well, we don't want to, I mean, the council can, as a body, can express their affirmation for this. This is essentially, Cal Cities has voted to support Proposition 36, and so they've asked other cities to pass resolutions also adopting it. That's essentially, but as far as you, I think we just explain what it is. That's really our role from a staff standpoint.
So I can't answer that directly because I'm in uniform representing the police department. But I can tell you that the California Chiefs Association has endorsed this, as well as many other chief of police organizations throughout the state. I can't advocate for it when I'm representing the city.
Right. Can you give us 3 points of what this proposition so the public can hear it, just briefly?
Yes, I can. So basically, it overturns many of the problem areas that we found in law enforcement over the last decade from Prop 47. So in large, it adjusts some of the, and this is many points of dysfunctional Prop 47 key points. This will overturn those.
And what are those key points in the old Proposition 47?
Dealing with theft and dealing with amount of time and punishment to include making it a felony again if you're arrested a certain amount of times for theft. So a lot of what you're seeing on the television, for example, or in the media with repeat offenders, they'll get arrested, they'll go out, they'll commit the same theft, they get arrested, within hours they're out, they commit a theft again, a lot in retail theft and smash and grabs. Prior to Prop 47, 3, and it was considered a felony, so then they wouldn't be able to get out and continue to commit that crime. With Prop 36, they can no longer do that. They would bring it back to 3. It also lowers the amount. Right now, it's $950. It lowers it to, it has to be over that amount to be a felony. This lowers it to, I believe, I'm going off of memory here, I think it lowers it to $400. So those are some of the key points.
Councilmember West, your time's up. If I may move to the next person, if there's anything from the council members.
Thank you, Chief.
Nope. Anything else? Well, okay, I have something here to say, but that's okay. I can move forward with that. So we have a motion and second on the floor, so go ahead and vote for it.
For what? For 6.1?
For 6.1.
Okay, I have a question though, for the chief and
Okay.
city attorney. So I just wonder if police department have the right to advocate for such legislature.
I believe that he just answered that. He said he cannot advocate on behalf of the police department for the city of Westminster. Did you say that? Okay.
Yes, while I'm in uniform representing the city, I cannot.
Okay. So why we have it here?
I didn't put it on, but I would say that this is something that there are police organizations, Cal Chiefs and Cal Sheriffs and others that do advocate on these things. And in this case, we have the Cal Cities Board that voted to support this and determined it was appropriate. So it's being presented to you, and they encouraged other cities to do the same, for councils to do the same. So that's pretty much for you for the council then to consider, do you want to adopt a resolution that's in support of this or not?
So, Mr. City Attorney, many other city councils have supported this.
Yes.
And it is supported, I believe you did say League of Cities, California League of Cities.
Yes. I believe
So may I say something?
Hold on.
Nam Quang?
Hold on, please. Hold on. It's his turn. Go
I
ahead.
believe Christine has something to say, right?
Okay.
No? Okay.
So,
No, hold on. Do you have anything to follow up on your end? No, I'm talking about.
City Attorney, you have something to say?
No, nothing additional.
Oh, okay.
so I'm on the Public
Please.
Safety Committee.
I am waiting for him to finish. Are you?
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. So now it can.
Yeah, I'm on the Public Safety Committee with League of California Cities, and the reason why I asked is just to have the chief say it and to show what the people, what the crime, the Proposition 47 before, what it has caused for our law enforcement, the frustration for them to do their job, as law enforcement. And now we have a new proposition, which we fought for and advocate for in the Public Safety Committee that I'm on, for Proposition 36, to make sure it's stricter and that they can do their job. And those who are third offender, they basically, now it's a misdemeanor. So they can book them basically before they have to release them. And then plus the state of California have the zero bail, so they can go out. So with this, it's a little harsher judgment in a way for the criminals, and it's good for public safety for the city of Westminster. So I thank you, Chief, for putting this on. It's very important. And other council member that I'm on this board have approved and support this as well and advocate for this. And our law enforcement, our DAs, up and down the state of California, as well as the sheriff. So I ask for the city and the resident to vote for this Proposition 36 in November. Thank you.
Please. It's time for the council discussion. So at this time here, we have motion on the floor. So motion and second on the floor. Call for vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo. This is to support Proposition 36 and adopt resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, in support of Proposition 36, the Homelessness, Drug Addiction, and Theft Reduction Act." I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Thank you very much. As I'm looking at the clock, we can compensate for the day that we have 13 hours meeting. Hopefully that we can end it before the 9 o'clock meeting, the 9 o'clock. So at this time here, there's a comments and requests from the agenda items for the city council and agency members, including AB 1234, report when required. Let me start out with Council Member Nguyen.
Okay. Let me start with the item that I want to put on the agenda for next my item for next agenda. I'd like to request again the city councils, the council members to reconsider my request of putting the fourth flagpole in front of the City Hall, next to the three flagpoles that we have. that going to display the yellow flag with 3 stripes.
May I stop you there, Councilmember?
I second it.
No. I just said I stop him there. Let me ask the city council and also the city manager. I believe that when the item brought up and is rejected or voted down, and we have the cooling period of 6 months, is that correct?
No, this is not on the agenda.
No,
It's not on the
It's
agenda
not
yet.
even on the agenda.
Yeah, we
Please.
only have,
Please, I just want to clarify. Can I do that? Please.
You cut me off.
Okay, I am clarifying before we are going on. Okay? So please,
You know what?
City Attorney.
It didn't get a chance for us.
No, because that's the reason why I will need to clarify it. Okay? I have the right to clarify. The power vests in me as a chairman. I can ask that question. So please, the city attorney or the city manager, please answer this question.
City clerk will read it.
Okay, so on our policy, I am going to read directly from the policy. Okay, a motion will be made to request the placement of the item to which the council will vote on whether to approve or deny the request. A vote to place on an item on the agenda is not a statement of support or opposition by a member of the council. If the item is not approved for placement on the agenda, if the item is not approved for placement on the agenda, then there is no majority interest at the time and it does not get placed on the agenda. The requesting council member cannot request the item again for a maximum of 6 months unless there is an urgency as determined by new information, legislation, litigation, or policy.
Very clear that you can't put that on the agenda again. There's a cooling period of 6 months. Am I correct? That I'm hearing from you.
Correct, that's in
Okay,
the policy.
thank you very much. So you can't agendize that item again. Move on.
Okay, all right.
I think because they just changed it last time when the majority vote
No,
to put things on the agenda.
Okay,
They made that into
Move on with the next item, please.
I'm
Okay.
okay with this, and I
You know.
expect you to
Go
do the
ahead.
same.
Move on.
Okay, okay, if they deny me the opportunity to
Speak for
to
District 4.
displace, to honor the people that sacrifice for the freedom,
No,
so.
there is no more of discussion of this item.
No, I'm
okay?
just
Because-
talking.
No.
Just run the clock.
No, go ahead and go with the next item, please.
What's wrong with you?
At this time, it's nothing
I'm
wrong with me.
talking.
I am running the meeting, so right now, go ahead and
Yes,
present
I'm
yours.
speaking here.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't cut me off.
Go ahead.
You stupid. Yeah, you're a stupid man.
All right, that's okay, I take it.
You're an idiot.
That's okay, I take it.
So,
That's okay, please. That's all right, that's all right. People will judge him, please. Go ahead. Go ahead and...
just don't cut me off.
No,
okay?
if you don't properly...
Just don't cut me off.
If you don't properly and you continue to repeat
right,
that item,
okay.
I will cut you off. I'm telling you, because we need to move on. If the item is
If
already...
you don't cut me off, we already finished this
That's okay,
already.
but I want to make sure that we are not
Idiot.
repeating that. That's
Okay.
okay. Move on.
Okay, all right, you cut me off so many times, so, okay, let me put it together. You know what, let me finish this right here. Thank you, staff, and, I still, thank you, the PD, that doing your best to keep the city clean. Last time when I got an alert from a resident about the homeless people that camping on Moran Street and some Moran and Bosa. I think that's the closest intersection. And then I sent Chief Darren a text that asking him to resolve the issue. And then just 15 minutes after that, I get a reply from the chief saying that everything is clean and Thank you for that. Keep up the good work. Okay, that's it. Thank you. See that?
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
You
Next
don't
is
have to thank me.
Council Member Menzo, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for this really nice and short meeting. Thank you for the agenda. It's long overdue. I want to make sure that everybody comes out to our Fall Festival and has a good time starting tomorrow. I want to thank our city staff for all the hard work that they put into this event. It's really well noted and recognized by the community, and how every year it keeps getting bigger and better and better. So thank you very much for your commitment and your hard work for our city. That's all I got for today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next is Vice Mayor Ho, please.
I'm sorry, did you call my name?
Yes.
Who else is left, right? Well, thank you. I'm losing my concentration over here. But, okay, so I think I just have a few reports for you. Of course, as you know, myself and Mayor Charlie went to, Mayor Nguyen went to ACCOC this past week. I just want to report to you regarding that. But before I do that, I'd like to just say a few things. I know that we talked about National Hispanic Days at October 12th, right? So that's next month. And when I looked up that, I found out that today, guess what today is National Quesadilla Day. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
And that's like my favorite food ever. So happy Quesadilla Day. And what I learned, and I think you'd love to know, and this is an incentive for us all to get out, like before Chipotle closed today. This is not an advertisement for them, but I believe they are giving out free quesadillas. Yeah, so I think we've got a few hours, at least an hour and a half. So, all right, so I'll move along just so you can go and get your free quesadilla. I know that we've got the Fall Festival, and that is so exciting. It's going to be 3-day full of fun, and I believe that is a guarantee because I looked at, you look at the parking lot right in front of City Hall and look at, they're getting ready. And so I think if it's a good time for us to invite our friends. I already started inviting some people, some shut-ins, they just haven't been out much. And I have some some family members, some family, they're not family, my family, but I'm helping them. And so I encourage that they get out. So I think if you know of anybody who, might enjoy, and I think everybody would, young and old. So I will definitely be there, and I believe our council is going to be on stage Saturday at noon, but I intend to go all 3 days. So see you there. All right, so for my report from ACCOC, that's Associated of Cities in Orange County. So I'm going to save some for the mayor, right? You're going to report too, right?
Right.
So I'll just do my little highlights. So on, as you know, Travel Day was Monday, September 16th. And so we got there in time for our get-together in the evening. On Tuesday, we had a very full Tuesday and Wednesdays. So I'm going to start with Tuesday. The highlight for Tuesday, we visited the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and we were debriefed. And so basically, I just want to tell you a little bit about the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and what they do. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce wants to be, and they are a big champion for small business, and I love that tagline. By advocating and fighting for small businesses and help them achieve their goals. They oppose policies that would hurt the bottom line, and they always highlighting the impact of small businesses on the economy. educating lawmakers about their biggest threats and challenges. They are the small businesses with big voice in Washington. So I'm really, as a business person, I'm very thankful for that they actually are representing, small businesses in DC. Connecting entrepreneurs and federal officials, and that's what they do. They connect entrepreneurs with federal officials and advocating for policies that help businesses grow rather than hold them back. Policymakers, business leaders, and top officials meet with the chamber every year to discuss issues and champion pro-business priorities. They help shape policies that benefit all Americans. They care about many different topics that touch the business communities throughout the U.S., such as, and I love this, AI. They have published reports like Empowering Small Business, the impact of technology on U.S. small business, and conclude that 1 in 4 small businesses have adopted AI, citing improved performance in marketing and communications. So that's just an example of how they keep up with the time and what they're doing, their forward-thinking approach. And then we went to, some of us went to visit Rep. Young Kim, but for us, we visited Rep. Linda Sanchez, and that was the highlight of my Tuesday, the 17th. So on to the 18th. Wednesday the 18th, we went to, what I really loved was the trip to the U.S. Department of Commerce, and we got a briefing from them. This department's mission is to create the conditions.
You know what? I have a question. Do we have to turn on the clock for this?
No, this is
So you mean like we can talk forever?
For this, let me ask the city attorney.
Okay. Yeah, I just asking.
Go ahead and tell me. Tell us.
Because it's going to.
I understand.
Okay.
But hold on. Let the city attorney answer this.
I don't think
Yeah,
there's
I'm not sure that we
restriction.
applied it to the council
Yeah.
comments. I mean, it's a council rule, so you could change the rule, but I don't believe it was applied to council
Yeah,
comments.
it's not. It was
Okay.
not. Yeah,
Okay, so
Okay.
that means we can talk forever?
I'm reporting.
This is
He's
reporting.
Yeah,
Okay,
so you
okay,
talk
so
about
if-
council
if-
and reporting.
That's the way it is, okay? I just want to know.
But, no,
Yeah,
let
it's a council
me be clear,
statement
though.
and
You have to
report,
report.
yes.
Let me
Thank you.
be clear, though. This portion of the meeting is supposed to be brief comments from a council member related to their activities and to update the community on what they've been doing, or
But that's a reporting.
other items of public interest. So there should be some limitation on it, just keep it reasonable.
Yeah,
All
right.
for real, I'm not going to
May I
sit here
proceed?
and then, listen.
Then you don't need to
Listen
report that details, okay?
Your life
Sorry?
story, your love story, no?
Did you listen? This is my trip to ACCOC.
Make it quick.
This is. the-
Excuse me.
Okay. All right.
All right, so where was I? Okay, so the U.S. Department of Commerce briefing. This department's mission is to create the conditions for economic growth and opportunity for our communities. And they spur the growth of jobs across the country, especially after COVID. This department is very important as it serves the voice of business in the federal government. To my surprise, it also fosters innovation and invention to give the U.S. comparative advantage, and therefore not very surprising that its goal is to improve America's competitiveness in the global economy. Our main rep is Will Marshall, and this is a part that I think it's important for us to understand and try to get some of that money that the Department of Commerce, shall I say, give out, $400 million a year. So our main rep is Will Marshall, and he's one of our main contacts. And he should be in touch with, we should be in touch with him to look for funds on rolling programs. Both Jet Hayes and Will Marshall could help. So I'd like to just, pass that along to our lobbyists, if they don't already know that, because what I was told is that they usually have 2 times the applications as they can fund. So it is quite competitive. And then a lot of times, I think 2 times is not that many, because if you think about the whole United States, all the cities combined, I'm not sure of how, maybe for our area, but 400,000 is a lot, but it's not. So first come, first serve. And so if they find the idea, if they, as the Department of Commerce, find the idea to be a good project and one that could bring more jobs, they will likely choose to fund it. And so their fiscal year really starts October 1st through September 1st. As you know, we're at the end, and so we're starting a new fiscal year. And so that fund is going to be available again. And so the website, if we could pass that on, Christine, is eda.gov. Okay, so I'd keep an eye on that just to see if we can get our hands on some of that $400 million will be great. So I believe that if we have, like a lot of us representative from our cities, if you remember, Mayor, is that we talked about, I think Anaheim talked about tourism, and we also talked about tourism, so did City of Huntington Beach. So we figured, if we do something together, we're more likely to get some of that money, more likely. So then after that, we stopped for a visit with Rep. Michelle Steele. So I just want to tell you the highlights of my trips, and those are the 2 places that we went to that I felt left the most impression on me. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, all right. Councilmember West?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to report on my committee, vector control. So the West Nile virus in California, the finding is human infection, 51 in California, 6 deaths. Positive mosquito sample, they took 1,654. Positive dead birds, 427. And we have the map here. If you guys need it, I can send this over to you guys later. Anyone who needs it can message me at the City Hall email. So the West Nile virus in OC is that human infection, we found 1. Positive mosquito sample, 37. Positive dead bird, 1. So that's kind of good for Orange County. Now, we also have flea-borne typhus. Human cases, we found 9. Positive flea samples, 114. That is, I'm going to leave it to you guys to see why we as a growing world, like we're not a third world country, why do we get this flea virus in Orange County? So that's for you guys to decide and think about. Now, I also wanted to report, if it's okay, I talked to the vector attorney, and he said that my term, that the board here could not kick me out of the committee until my term is up, and that is the California.
This is the closed session.
General.
Hold on.
Because you talked
Hold on,
about it.
Councilmember West,
Okay.
please. Let me ask the.
She's not in a closed section.
Yeah, it's not a.
I wasn't in closed session.
Okay.
She can talk about it.
She's allowed to, as like a member of the public would, talk about the subject.
Yeah,
just
thank
want
you,
to
Mr. Mayor.
clarify.
Thank
Okay,
you, City Attorney.
Continue.
Okay, so the Vector Orange County Attorney stated that the State of California Attorney General stated that the board here, majority cannot kick me out until my term is up. So thank God, the law always wins, right? Just continue to do what's right, and the law is on your side. And when you do what's right, it always wins out. So I just want to thank you. I want to update that for you guys. Okay, so another thing I want to update as well. Okay, I just want to read this. Is she allowed to be in my face recording?
Yeah, please, you have to, please.
Wow.
Please, can you get back to the seat, please? Yes, thank you.
Can you? Oh, okay, so one of the public just came in my face and recorded me just to try to intimidate me. It's okay.
You're welcome to
This
take-
come
you're
with the
welcome to take a
territory.
seat.
It's okay. Okay, so I'm going to read this. The yellow flag with the 3 red stripes, known as the flag of the South Vietnam or the flag of the Republic of Vietnam, is flown by many Vietnamese Americans as a symbol of freedom.
Would you please hold on to that, please?
So I thought you gonna,
Please.
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor, you
please,
control your
hold on.
meeting.
I am doing my job, okay?
Okay, are you gonna
don't-
give her the
don't need-
first
You
warning?
don't need to remind me, please. Hold on,
Are you
please.
gonna,
Will you please, Ms. Jody Boy, please keep your voice down so that we can continue with the meeting. It's almost finished. I understand it's a lot to say about it, but please keep your, okay. Can you please, would you please, I ask you to keep your voice down, okay? So let's, hold on, please.
she's cussing at me.
Please.
Are you gonna give her a warning?
Okay.
You let the public cuss at your colleagues, Mr. Mayor?
Miss Boy.
I know.
If you
I know
continue to
Steve
disrupt the
Jones,
meeting, I have to give you
Mayor
the
does
warning.
not allow
Please.
that to happen.
Okay, please.
In Garden Grove.
Please. Okay,
Are you gonna
No
give her a
more, please.
warning? She's flicking a finger at me constantly.
okay. Please, Miss Boy. Okay, I ask you nicely, please, help me to finish the meeting. Help me to finish the meeting. Please, help me to finish the meeting.
why are
Okay,
you
go
not
ahead.
giving her a
Go ahead.
warning?
Go.
But you give the council warning.
Go. Please. I will recognize you.
Oh my gosh.
Please.
Okay, so.
Miss Boy.
May
Miss
I
Boy.
continue?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the yellow flag with the 3 red stripe, known as the flag of the South Vietnam or the flag of the Republic of Vietnam, is flown by many Vietnamese American as a symbol of freedom, resilience, and opposition to communism. And we all know we don't want communism here, especially
Hold on,
in Westminster.
Let me stop you here for a minute, please. Are you proposing an item here, or what are you trying to do here?
Mr. Mayor, may
You are
I- this is the council
No, I understand,
comment.
but you can't bring anything in here and talk about it. It's different from a council member,
City-
Vice Mayor Ho.
City
She is
Attorney, can I
reporting.
speak about my
I
comments?
was not stopping you when you reporting
I
about the
know.
effective
I'm
work.
gonna tie
But
it
for this
into
one,
my council comments.
What is your point? What is your point?
That is what I'm doing.
I don't
Mr.
want you to
Mayor,
read the whole
are you going to silence my voice? Because this time
Yes,
is
I
the
will.
city,
Yes,
the
I will,
mayor and
because-
council comments.
Because it has to be
And
related.
reporting, that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm reading to you of my reporting. So may I finish?
No.
Mr. Mayor,
If
no?
you continue to talk about this item
Oh, man.
without
So the mayor
without
is
having the
silencing
intention-
and breaking the council.
Hold on.
Are you going to?
Please, let me run the meeting. Let me run the meeting. Councilmember West, let me tell you, you can bring the whole story of the city of Vietnam or the country of Vietnam, and you talk about it. It will take days to get it done. What I am trying to get at is, if you are having a point to get this on the agenda item, then I will take it. If not, would you please stop from going further on this? We all know about the Vietnamese, South Vietnamese flag. It's report, not to describe any other things. At this time, let's say, if you have the AB 1234 report or not. This is not the report. What is it related to? I am silencing you right now because you are not reporting the items.
I am asking city attorney what is my right.
No. It's including AB 1234 report, one require. This is not AB 1234 report. No. If you, I will let you go on but I will charge you if this is not applicable to the item that you're going to put on.
She is talking about the item.
Yes, you just mute me. Like a dictator.
Continue.
Thank you. Okay, so City Attorney, what is my right? I'm trying to do my reporting. I'm reporting of an event.
Go ahead.
Can I report?
It's not for me to judge what, this is a time
Council?
for council members to be able to comment on their activities and items within the jurisdiction of the city that are of importance to the council member.
Thank you, City Attorney. That's why I'm reporting.
Activities and item that related to jurisdiction, please.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Go ahead.
So may I finish?
Yes, go.
Thank you.
Not about
This is
that.
political,
Please.
sent by
Oh,
Van
God.
Tran.
I asked you-
I have proof.
No,
Okay, you
This
guys-
is all
this is like a third
political,
warning,
aimed
Mr.
towards the
Mayor.
November
Why are you
election.
Miss Boy.
I
Miss
have
Boy.
proof.
No, please.
And
I
it's
asked
going
you-
against
I asked-
you
I
and
asked-
Carlos.
I asked you
No.
I
nice-
met with her personally. I'm
I
not
asked you
your
nicely.
tool,
If
lady.
not, I have to give you the warning.
Come on,
Wow.
Miss Boy,
I don't even know
I give
that
you the
lady.
first warning,
Crazy.
please.
serious.
Okay.
He has the right.
Okay, please have
Did you
a
miss the
seat.
council meeting?
Miss Boy, please have a seat. Please, this is the
He
time
is
for
a
the
council member. He is not no
Oh, my
puppy, okay?
goodness.
Or no
Okay.
dog. He is a council member. Now,
Miss
I don't know what
Miss
puppy
Boy,
dog
this
you're
is a
talking about.
second
It's kind
warning
of
to you.
rude.
I am sorry I have to do this, but please, get back to your seat.
Do your job, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
back to
Mr.
your-
Mayor, do your job. You
I
run
am
the
doing my job
meeting.
right now, please. Both of you.
This is
Let me
this is her
finish.
fourth
I am
time.
talking to her.
You have,
Be quiet.
Mr.
Okay?
Mayor, what kind
Please,
of meeting
Miss
are you
Boy,
running?
Miss Boy, I asked you nicely already. This is the time for the council to do their job.
my
Please,
goodness.
you can talk during your oral communication.
Oh my
Please don't
gosh.
disrupt the meeting. If you continue to do this, this is not the time for you to speak. Would you please?
Whoa.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
Miss Boyd, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Jody Boyd, please.
At this time here, I give you the third warning, which I don't want to do. At this time, I like to have the recess, 5-minute recess, and then I ask the police to do what needs to be done to have her out of the meeting so that we can
It
continue our
constituted
meeting.
a disruption of the meeting.
This is considered disruption of the meeting already. Thank you. All right, 5-minute recess. All right. Let me reconvene the meeting, and would you please do the roll call, please?
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ho,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Please, can I ask you, if you have a discussion, can you discuss outside of the chamber so that we can Ron, would you please?
Can you discuss outside? Can you discuss outside?
Thank you so much. Okay, Councilmember West, I just want to remind you that this is reportable on the activities, anything that related to activities. If you attend the activity on behalf of the city, then by all means, you can report on that. I have not stopped you from reporting about the vector board. You can go on that. I don't have any problem with it. But the flag, the South American flag, is not a reportable item. So please refrain from that and do your reportable item, please.
Mr. Mayor.
You are now recognized.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, one thing I need to correct you is that also this time is council and mayor comment as well
Comments
as
on
reporting.
reportable items,
So that's
please.
what I'm doing. So may I finish? I only have 2 items left. That's it. Okay? Thank you. Okay, where am I now? For many in the Vietnamese diaspora, especially those who fled the Vietnam War, the yellow flag with the 3 red stripes represent the ideals of democracy, freedom, and the Vietnamese people fought against oppression. Flying this flag is a way of honoring the
I know about it. I know about it. Everyone know about it. Okay? It's just that right now, can you tell me what is next after that you are going to report on this? What is that?
You mute me, so I can't talk.
Go ahead and tell me right now,
No.
because I'm not going to let you.
No.
I am not going to let you if you are not report on the reportable items.
Excuse me, can I talk? How are you going to know?
If you are talking about,
So the mayor, you are violating
I am not violating anything.
2, 3, and council.
I am not violating anything.
Yes,
Go ahead.
city
and finish.
attorney? Okay, thank you. So, flying this flag is a way of honoring and sacrifice made during the war and to maintain cultural identity and pride. It also serves as a reminder of the fight against communism and the struggle of human rights in Vietnam. So my motion is to do the flag, the 4th flagpole on here, and I ask the council, as this district, this city, Westminster, predominantly is Vietnamese refugee that comes here, and I know they would love to have the yellow flag with the 3 red stripe flying at City Hall. So I ask, my motion is to ask for building the 4th flagpole in front of City Hall. And can I have a second?
I already mentioned about it.
Can I have a second?
So you are not going to have any motion on this one because it's already voted now and you have 6 months. Bring it back after 6 months, okay?
No.
The thing is,
That doesn't apply.
different does not apply. It's a different
Charlie, it doesn't
council.
apply. She's not the one.
He brought it up.
is the-
Last
the
time
item
I
from the
am the
council.
one. I was the one that
Doesn't matter.
placed that item on the.
The item from the council.
Mr.
City attorney?
City attorney.
You know, I was just going to ask her to read the reso again, 'cause whether or not it applies to a different council member. Again, it's all has to do with what rule the city has established.
Okay, go ahead, read it.
The language in the policy is, if the item is not approved for placement on the agenda, then there is no majority interest at that time, and it does not get placed on the agenda. The requesting council member cannot request the item again for a maximum of 6 months unless there is
So
an
you hear that?
urgency as determined by
But I'm
new
a different
information,
council member.
legislation, litigation, or policy.
But I'm a different council member.
Right, okay.
Proposing this agenda on the item. You guys can vote
You
no.
have the right to
Yeah,
do
you have the
that.
right to vote no on my agenda
Go ahead.
if you
Vote no
want.
again.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so I
This time, go ahead.
motion to
Yeah, go
approve
ahead.
the flagpole in front of City Hall. Do I have a second?
I second you.
Thank you, Mr. Nam Quang.
Okay, so we have motion and second on the floor.
So I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Councilmember Nguyen, apologies, to agendize an item for a future meeting date regarding the installation of a fourth flagpole in front of City Hall to display the yellow flag with 3 red stripes in honor of those in the Vietnam War.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I'll go to call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
No. No.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho.
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Motion carried to fail 2-3.
Okay, my last item.
All right, next.
Okay, my last item. I want to read this. It happened regarding the bills that was presented. A state senator presented last night in Garden Grove, so I want to present it here, what she presented. Last night during the Garden Grove update on the State Senate's annual report, Senator Janet Nguyen took it upon herself to unjustly attack and defame the city of Westminster and its businesses. Her comments were not only out of line, but they were also harmful to the hardworking people and establishments that made up our vibrant community. Senator Nguyen's remark paints a false and damaging narrative about our city, one that does not reflect the truth. Westminster is resilient. Its businesses are thriving and our community remains strong. We deserve better than these baseless and negative attacks from someone who represents us in the state legislature. It is disheartening to hear such careless remark from the public servant whose job is to support, not to undermine, the city within her district. As a representative of Westminster, Senator Janet Nguyen should be lifting up our community, not tearing it down with dismissal and hurtful comments. When the reputation of our city is tarnished,
Excuse me,
our
City
local
Attorney.
businesses suffer.
As far
And
as
then-
City Attorney, I have a question.
May I finish?
Procedural question.
Mr. Mayor, why you allow him to interrupt?
again?
When we're making
She's
a...
talking.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, you run
She's
this.
talking.
Mr. Mayor, you run your meeting while you let him interrupt.
Please, everyone refrain from speaking. Because, City Attorney, in this case, she is reading the press release that she put out, right?
This is related to the city of Westminster.
Okay, so she's putting out the press release, and she's reading the press release right here. Is it the?
If it relates to the city of Westminster and it's not a political campaigning, I don't know anything about this subject, but.
That's not my question. Can I ask my question?
Yeah, please.
Let her finish.
No, the question first. The question, okay, question.
This is the time. This is
Question, please, question.
This is the time for
May I finish?
request to put items
May
on
I?
the agenda, future agenda, and from what we spoke about before, it needs to be brief descriptions
Why-
of the
why
items.
are you
Not a
letting
full,
the
not a
other
full-on,
guys disrupt me?
not a
You can take
full-on
forever, and then
speech.
whenever
Not a
Yeah.
full-on
Amy and
speech,
I
it's just a
speak it, you
brief
got to be
description, a brief
What the heck is
description of the
that?
item.
What the heck
A
is
brief
that?
description of the item.
We just have
Okay,
your,
I'm
asking the city
your
attorney.
favorite vice mayor just
Not a
spoke for
full-on
like 10
description, not a
minutes.
full-on.
Hypocrite.
This is
Yeah.
a full-on, a brief
This vice mayor
description.
just spoke for 10
A brief
minutes.
description of the item. You're asking to put something on the
Let her
We
future
do
agenda item.
report
Speaking.
and agenda items.
Yes,
and
that you already
Carlos,
did.
let her finish her speaking.
I'm asking the
Thank
city
you.
attorney a
Impolite.
question, a brief description of the
Thank
item.
you, Mr. Nampang.
description
Okay,
of the
I'll
item.
finish.
Not a full-on,
Senator
not a full-on
Nguyen
reading.
has no place
Come on.
This is a
belittling.
brief description,
Did you guys
Jumped into
argue
her
enough?
a brief
It's enough,
description.
right now, please.
Whatever you want to put on
You
the
see
agenda, it's a
that
brief
when I'm
description.
speaking, and then
I'm
Carlos jumped into her
speaking.
mouth.
Yeah,
wrong with you?
that
Let
never
me
happened to
take care
Monzo
of
when
the
he
problem,
spoke.
not you.
Okay, so
Please.
take care of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
Go ahead, take care of
yeah,
it.
take care.
Okay,
Take
go
care
ahead,
of
take care of
your
it.
guy who's sitting next to you.
Be quiet,
I am
everyone. Be
speaking.
quiet,
You never
everyone.
let.
I ask you to be quiet so that I can run the meeting. Okay? At this time here, I can go ahead and let you finish that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, Senator Nguyen has no place below the city she represents, its elected officials, and its businesses. Her remarks are not just offensive, but they are damaging to the process and hard working that our community have put in to thrive. We demand that State Senator Nguyen issue a public apology to the City of Westminster for her inappropriate and harmful comments. Our community deserves respect, and we will continue to stand strong against any effort to discredit our city's reputation. So, Mr. Mayor, I know that she basically laughed at you as mayor. She laughed at the council, and then she also laughed at the City of Westminster.
She was laughing at you, not at me.
I have proof. May I finish?
No, let her finish.
Thank you.
It's my turn after.
Rumors that will be occurring in the next couple of weeks or so.
No,
I
please.
most likely will be the one heading up to Sacramento because I do sit on 9 standing committee. I'm sure one of my committee will be part of those hearings. Unless you want to stay here with me to 5:30 in the morning, we can talk all about the 2,000 bills. I don't think you want to do that like Westminster. So I'll spare you and myself. And so I'm just going to give you a kind of little highlight on some of the issues that I feel that's very important. Let's start with crime. As you know, that would
That's it.
So basically, the thing is that she is laughing at our city. Mr. Mayor, you are the chair who runs this meeting. And she is our state legislature. She represents us. But all of our colleagues from Garden Grove, they were not laughing when she presented this and mocking the City of Westminster. Because like I said earlier, if she mock and diminish the reputation of Westminster, businesses in the City of Westminster are leaving because they don't have, but people don't want to come here because they think it's a joke, because even the state senator is making fun of us. Her job is to help us, to thrive. That she is a public servant. And for her to discredit you as the mayor, my motion is to ask for a public apology, and I'm going to send a letter to censure her through the state Senate. I'm going to write a letter. We all going to write a letter. But what I'm asking is the state senator apologize to the businesses in the City of Westminster, the resident, and the council on the board here and mayor. That is unacceptable, uncalled for her comment to discredit us. We are elected by the people, and are you going to defend her and hide behind her skirt? Are you going to defend the resident and the people and the businesses here? I hope you would, Mr. Mayor.
You do whatever you need to do. I have my right.
Mr. Mayor,
I do what I have to do. So
under my watch, I will defend the city reputation.
Are you done?
And so I motion to ask for a public apology from State Senator Janet Nguyen. Do I have a second?
I second you.
Okay, so
I don't
City
understand the
Clerk
motion.
Ashton, can we go for a vote?
Yes, thank you. I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. This is to agendize an item for a future meeting date, asking for a public apology from Senator Janet Nguyen.
No, before we vote.
I'm concerned.
I want to respond to this so that you guys can cast your vote appropriately. Okay?
So,
But
Charlie, I don't think this is
hold on,
a
please. It's my turn. It's your turn already. It's my
Mr.
turn.
Mayor,
This is
it's
not a
my
discussion,
turn.
right?
Yes, it's for calling for a vote.
This is not a discussion.
City Attorney, it's my turn, and we
This is
asked
not
for
a
a
council
vote.
discussion.
There's a vote, a motion on the agenda right now.
You can't defend her.
I'm concerned.
There's a motion.
Because she's running right now for office, that isn't a proper issue for the city council to be discussing. You can make statements concerning statements that she may have made.
Okay.
That you found offensive related to the city of Westminster. That seems appropriate. But not to put an item on the agenda. It seems like
That's exactly
it's
right.
almost getting political, given the fact that she's running for office right now. So that would be my concern.
Okay.
So asking her for an apologies for the City of Westminster and the resident which we serve and the businesses here, because she's tarnishing our reputation. That is unacceptable.
I'm sure she was talking about you.
Mr. Carlos Manzo, you're the one that wants illegal immigrant to vote. And you went to training and have proof of it. And you want the LGBTQ flag with Kimberly to fly at City Hall. We all know that. We have the agenda item.
We have.
So
It's
don't
actually
talk
on video.
about you
don't need a
protecting,
piece of
defending
paper.
the city. You're destroying the
actually
city.
it's
And we're
actually on
trying to
video.
defend. And Carlos Manzo, you want illegal to vote? Any of you guys who are American citizen okay with illegal to vote and get free stuff and taking your job and your children's job?
All right.
Exactly. So that's the thing.
City Attorney. So what I'm hearing from you is there's a concern of putting this item on the agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct. Due to
Okay,
its political
so with that, I don't think that we need to put that on the agenda. And you know, we may go ahead and vote for the vote, but I urge not to vote for this item because it might lead to the potential problem of that the city attorney just said. And at the same time, let me go ahead and do this. Because we are voting for that item. I am going to tell you at 4:44, I got the message from Senator Janet Nguyen. 4 p.m. 44. She sent me the press release from Councilmember West. And it's too small, I can't read it, but I guess the CEO already read it for you. And with the picture of Senator addressed to the City Council, she said this, Mayor, I just want to let you know I never make any comments against Westminster resident or business. Summary of what I said, column. Unless you would like to be with me until 5:30 a.m. like Westminster City Council meeting. I can go through all 2,000 bills introduced, or I can keep it general and give you the summary of some issues I have worked on that are important. Okay, so basically, she said, just want to let you know I never make any comments against, it's my turn to speak, please. I never make any comment against Westminster resident or business. So now, go ahead and cast the vote, please. Call for the vote, please.
Councilwoman Fan West.
Go ahead and vote for it.
So basically, it's
Are
no
you voting
laughing
for it or
matter.
not?
I'm going to make a brief statement before I vote. That's fine.
Okay, brief.
So Janet Nguyen laugh about it when she make fun of us. It's no laughing matter. Our reputation means something, and I will defend it. And Mr. Mayor, you're not defending it. So the thing is that you allow her, and you okay with it. Wow, what a joke. What
That's
a
okay.
joke,
That's
Mr.
okay.
Nguyen.
Go ahead and vote.
Mr. Nguyen, you are the mayor.
You already
Wow,
have the
you need
proof
balls,
comment.
to be honest with you.
You already have the proof
Jeez.
comment. Go ahead and cast your vote, please.
Jeez, don't hide behind Janet Nguyen's skirt.
Go
I know
ahead
you're good
and
at
cast
it.
your vote, please.
Okay? So the crazy thing is, I can't believe the mayor. I'm disappointed that you won't defend the
You
city
said that you
reputation.
make a brief, okay. You said you'd make a brief comment, and I have you make a brief comment. So now, are you taking a vote or not?
Can I talk?
No. At this time here, no. Vote. Are you voting or not?
Your silence, the voice of district.
No. Are you voting for this or not? You are actually the motion maker, and the second makers is both of you, and you already have the motion on the floor. We just vote per your motion. Okay, vote. Let me call for the vote, please. At this time here, let me tell you, Councilmember West. Councilmember West, listen to me first, okay? I will unmute you. Listen to me first. That's okay. Listen to me first. I am going to unmute, and it's time for us to vote. If you don't vote, Okay, I give you the first warning. If you don't take the vote, yes, because you're disrupting the meeting. This is the first warning for you. Okay, I give you the second warning, okay? And are you taking the vote or not?
So I'm taking a vote.
Okay,
Muting
please,
my
go ahead.
phone,
Go ahead
my
and take the vote.
microphone. You're muting my microphone.
No, it's not.
Now you let it open.
Oh, it's just already talking
And
about it.
you are being a dictator.
Are
And
you
need to
voting or not?
respect District 1, and that's what I'm doing. I will vote.
Are you voting or
I
not?
will vote.
Vote.
So with that in mind, I will defend the city. So my vote is yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Obviously, it says no. This is, and I need to have the city attorney re-explain the issue about when we're trying to place items on the agenda. It's just a brief description. Is that not correct? Not a whole 10 minutes speech about what it's going to be.
The way the item, number
It's
10.
brief description of the item that you want to place on the agenda.
The agenda item is number 10.
City, Mr. Attorney,
No.
I think you're a conflict of interest. You're flip-flopping because Janet, you said it's running for office, so we shouldn't do anything to put on the agenda. I am running for office. You guys allow the council to censure me and put things on the agenda to
Right.
censure me. You guys are hypocrite.
Manzo is
City
running for
Attorney,
office also.
You are flip-flop, yeah.
Right.
Monzo is for office, running for office too. So you're saying that it's okay for me to run for office, they can censure me and put on the agenda when the for state senate's running for office for supervisor and we cannot place it on the agenda? That's a hypocrite, that's flip-flopping. Is law for her but not for me, or what's the deal? City Attorney, please verify.
We are voting right now.
Or do we need
okay? So
another attorney
where are
to
we
get
in
input on
voting?
this?
Councilmember Monzo?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ho?
So City Attorney,
Vice
please
Mayor Ho,
verify.
please.
Yes, I really don't think State Senator Janet Nguyen is made, she didn't make those remarks. If she made any
go ahead.
remarks, I
Cast
really
your
don't
vote.
think
Kiss
it's...
her butt.
Shut up, please. Well,
You have
she's
no
a decorum
decorum
whatsoever.
Carlos Manzo
You have no
Amy's mouth.
decorum.
Councilman, it's not your turn.
You
Let her.
you lack
Monzo
decorum.
just jumped in my mouth.
How
He
come you let
interrupted me.
Manzo, jump into
Yeah.
Amy's mouth when she's talking?
You wonder why she left.
Huh? You are not fair, dog.
You're not fair.
At this point here, I ask both of you to be quiet so that she can vote. Please,
You're not
please,
You're not fair.
please.
You're not fair.
It's her turn to vote. All right, Vice Mayor Ho.
Yeah, she's not laughing at us as a city. She's laughing at you, Amy, and Anquan.
She's laughing at
So-
you. You three. She's laughing at you three.
Please.
The gang of three. She's
No.
laughing at you three. The hypocrites, the lion, cowards.
Mayor Nguyen?
Yeah.
Yeah, you deserve to be
Janice
a
laughing at
hoe.
you three.
The vote.
Miss Ho, you are a
The
hoe.
three clowns on the council.
Yeah, that's why
Three,
it's a
motion
laughing
failed.
stock. The city of Westminster is a laughing
can you
stock
report out
because of you guys three.
the vote, please?
Dictator, flip-flop.
Please. Okay,
Such a
go ahead.
flip-flop.
City Clerk, go ahead.
Motion failed 2-3. Councilmember Monzo, Vice Mayor Ho, and Mayor Nguyen, no.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, it's my time to report. It's my time to report, please. You have your time, it's my time to report out. It's my time to report out, please.
Going, if you don't have Jesus Christ, hell.
Can I ask the audience, would you please help me to finish the meeting? Please. I ask you first, all right, okay, now I ask them to quiet, okay? So help me to finish the meeting. It's my time, so please don't interrupt me, okay? It's my time to report. You have your time already, please. First of all,
You interrupt my turn, and now you turn, so no one can speak into your mouth. I see that. How biased you are, Mr. Mayor.
all right, are you going to let me report or not? Okay, are you going to let me report or not?
Yeah, look. You're so
If I got interrupt, then I will make my decision, okay? If you don't let me report it out, then I will make my decisions, okay? First of all, I want to thank Vice Mayor Ho, very detailed on the trip that we travel on behalf of the city. I think it's our responsibility to report out to you as a resident and also to the council members here as well as the staff of what we've been out there doing the work for the city. I think you deserve to know what we are doing. The more that we talk about it, the better it is for you guys. That means we actually doing the work. We are not fooling around. And so that's why I appreciate her for detailing of what we have been doing day by day by day. With her saying that, I don't need to repeat of what she's saying. So all I want to say is with the 3 days that we were there, and it's beneficial for the city of Westminster, and along with other cities, we have a chance to meet with the U.S. Department of U.S. Chambers. We have a chance to meet with the Department of Economic Development. We have a chance to meet with the Department of Transportation. They all reported out, not only to the city of Westminster. There are about 15 cities represented and about 30-something of us there. So basically, it's very informative. It's very informative meeting, one meeting after another. To be honest with you, we don't even have time for lunch. We try to walk back to get the lunch, and then to be honest with you, she can't finish it. She have to stack into the zip bag and bring it. Am I right about it? So basically, I want to let you know that we work really hard for the city, and we appreciate that we are having a chance to represent you. We have a chance to meet with our congresswoman, the 3 congresswomen, Linda Sanchez, Congresswoman Michelle Steele, Congresswoman Young Kim. And we learn, and we also, express our concern and asking for assistance. Not only that, we learned that some of the programs could be funded through these Department of Economic Development or Chamber of Commerce or Department of Transportation. We can actually apply directly from them, so they don't have to go through the state and then to their county and through to our city. But we can actually apply the funding directly and get the funding directly from them, not to have to go through. So those are the things that we learn, and we learn the schedule. At this point here, unfortunately, I have to report it out to you that number of them told us, and they're telling us the same story, that it is a time of election. Therefore, very much the activities in Washington is frozen at this point, because they are waiting for the election turnout, because each one of them, whether it's Democrats or a Republican, they have different policies. And so therefore, staff cannot present one on the other. Therefore, all the programs are very much frozen at this time. And hopefully by the time that we learn who is in the office, then they will have those programs initiate. Then we can go ahead and look into that. So in short, that in summary, it was a very, very beneficial and informative trip for the both of us, if I say it correctly. Thank you very much. The next thing that I want to say is I never have a chance to talk to Senator Janet Nguyen, but at 4:44 that I got that message. I read it to you already. I'm not going to read it again. But when she see that press release, she couldn't believe it, and she texted to me. So I think that's she probably wants me to relay that message to you all. So being fair, I read that message, and hopefully that you understand. I'm being fair. I'm not trying to, side with anyone, and that's my job. So again, at this time here, I would like to take this time to thank staff and all residents that I know you were here from 4 o'clock for the study session, and now. We are at 9:20, and I would like to adjourn the meeting. And the next council meeting is going to be on Wednesday, October 9, 2024 at 6 p.m. Thank you very much for your time.